Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete
Yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker Blasio Mike de Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, dude. No sean rebeldes, deje el rebel. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y para estos pericos te traje una chica perica. Atrás te vamos atrás como dos monstruos las trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Treque, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica. ¿Pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica. Con fe a mi perro grita, yo lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta la bandeja, flow peregrina. Chivolo propina, ina. Hacen base, mejor coja vaselina. No imagina mi vida fuera de una esquina. Yo solo quiero más chavo pa' comprar más chilindrina. Gira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales. Repete señales que a ti no te sale. ¿Qué pasa, compadre? Somos naturales. Voy a llenar todas las editoriales. Rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales. Tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales. Yeah, se me afaga la cimaita, sopló.
Terco 92 B09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien. Así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme, qué ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido a sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Va a decir verdad, la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y me acento en el yauca. Mi gente la está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se partean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers, en estas líneas voy a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, 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 oh, yeah, hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay. Yep, it's working. All right, let me open up the window here real quick. All right, so it looks like we have viewers only, no commentators. Buenas noches, buenos días, buenas tardes to all you guys. Okay, so topic, I buy, therefore I am. I buy, therefore I am. Let me just kind of rephrase it because I got it from another phrase. I consume, therefore I am. Do you follow me now? So we're going to talk about the people that bought into the system, and therefore you are the system. So that's the concept here. You consumed, therefore you are. That's why you have a lot of foreigners calling themselves American, right? But they base it off of their so-called greatness of what Americans have achieved. You know, the concept of them saying America first means everybody else last. Not second, third, fourth, fifth. No, last. Okay? By example, you know, you have Cracker Barrel Gringolandians, Edomites, sons of Esau, who went into Venezuela not to defend them from some fucking alien nation foreign from this world, or no, they went in there to take advantage of the resources. America first. I buy, therefore I am. Jeremiah 51:7 talks about exactly my topic. Thank you, brother, by the way, of letting me know this verse. Babel has a golden cup in Yahu's. Here they say Yahuwah, but it's Yahuw's hand, that made all the earth drunken. I buy, therefore I am. The nations have drunken off her wine. I buy, therefore I am. This is the greatest country ever to live. Isn't that what we hear? People with that red, white, and blue and the stars. That's all they say. I buy, therefore I am. I am a capitalist. Therefore I am an American. You get what I'm saying? You follow? What up, bro? I like your name. Thunder Loco. I always say that shit. It's funny. So why is gas so expensive? Yeah, that's the cool concept. You know, it's funny, man. I'm glad you asked that question, because when you look at the way this government has moved, I'm gonna show you several videos, right, to kind of answer that. You know, inflation, or the increase of cost compared to the value of the dollar, right? It's not by coincidence. It's all managed. It's all calculated exactly at its time. You know what I'm saying? Whether some of these people realize it or not, there is also that puppeteer control. The Most High controls all of this. For some people that believe this book is not real, like, well, I mean, they are saying some of the shit that actually occurred, you know? They are mentioning a lot of the people that I talk about here in this channel. So it's kind of hard not to believe it. It says Babel has a golden cup in Yahu's hand. I'm sorry, Babel has been a golden cup in Yahu's hand that made all the earth drunken. So a lot of us, I think, I mean, I've shared this with brothers. I've never been materialistic. So I don't know to what extent I was part of the system. But a lot of us that made all the earth drunk off that shit. The nations have drunken off her wine, therefore the nations are mad. So I buy, therefore I am. There's another verse that actually speaks of this as well. Revelation 18:3, for the sake of the topic. For all nations have drunken off the wine of the wrath of her fornication. For example, they want to blame Raza for, you know, methamphetamine shit, or what do you call it? Fentanyl, right? They want to blame Raza for fentanyl consumptions. Last time I checked, it was a lot of prescription drugs that got people caught up in this whole circle of addiction. Last time I checked, right? So right here, we basically see it. I buy, therefore I am. You think, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like a lot of you guys really fall into the whole concept of capitalism.
As if it's really that fucking glorious and shit. Capitalism means consumption. I buy, therefore I am. And the kings of the earth had committed fornication with her. Meaning you embrace this. So when you say America first, that means fuck everybody else. I want your resources. I want your minerals. I want everything. That's what it means. And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. You see, I buy, therefore I am. Now, it is very clear, fundamentally, since the beginning of these scriptures that were revealed to us, that something was going to occur. That things were going to change. And when were things going to change? I believe, if you put it in years, between 1960 to 1970 and 80. Okay? Watch this. 2nd Ezra 16:21. Behold, visuals, which means merchandise, shall be so good cheap upon the earth that they shall think themselves to be in good cases. Remember, things were good here. Consumption, capitalism, everything was cheap. Gas was cheap, milk was cheap. Everything was cheap because everyone else was suffering. While all of you Cracker Barrels, all of you Psalms 83s, all of you that benefited from the destruction of other nations' resources, you thought this shit was going to last forever. You thought it was going to continue. However, even then shall evils grow upon the earth, sword, famine, and great confusion. You see, right when we think things are going to be like this, this is when things change. So now, I got this video to show you, and I recorded it because I really don't trust them to let us continue to see this, but you have to see this. You know, scriptures talk about Babylon must be destroyed. Now, I'm going to show you this. This is interesting, by the way. The people that they show in this video, I think for the most part are Semitic, excluding one particular group. And you guys will find out which one. It's on an island. Well, I mean, if you think, I guess Edom, yeah. So, but in this particular case, most of the people in this video are Semitic. Now, listen to this, okay? Watch this, pay attention. It's a good video. Let's begin. Very short, but pay attention again to the people, except the ones on the island, all right? One vengeance for all. Thought it was a great video. No, that's again my opinion. And it's
This woman.
Because again, the topic is I buy, therefore I am. Let's reflect a little bit on supposedly now, right? Supposedly. This whole pedophilia shit is like new. Supposedly now you guys have a problem with the Epstein elitists. Supposedly now you have a problem with the people that gave you the land that you sit on. The same land that you use to claim to be American, yet you're not from here. The same land that you sit on and claim that you have the right to vote so then you can deport people like me or that look like me. I find it so funny now, all of a sudden you guys are complaining. Did you not know this is a historical aspect of your people?
Said what everyone has been thinking for a long time.
I am wondering if you are all pedophiles because you don't seem to care that children are being sexually abused. I mean, if somebody claimed that I was, I would say, I absolutely am not. But you guys love to let it stand as fact that that's what's going on because you're not willing to stop it. So, I mean, if you're willing to perpetuate it, what else could you be? If you're going to shake your head, then do something about it. No, Monica, you're not then why aren't you doing anything about the child abuse that's happening in the county? If you cared, you would want to stop it. Jim, what if it happens to your grandchild? Would it matter then? Probably, right?
Next speaker, please.
This woman said what everyone.
Here's why I find that so fucking hypocritical. Because you obviously don't know your own history. Yeah, that's for sure. America is a continent. Thank you. I just use that for the sake of context, but I totally know what you mean. North America is one thing. America is the entire continent. But here's the point. All of a sudden now, and by the way, good to have here, Dude Foot. All of a sudden they have a problem with pedophilia. Not that that's good. Of course not. It's a fucking problem, right? But see, we've known about this problem since you motherfuckers got here. Give me a second. My daughter's calling me. Hold on. Hold on. Anyways, sorry. My daughter was calling me. My daughter want to cook something different today or tonight. Anyways. Yes, sir. Guarantee. Yep, I got you. Thank you. America is a indigenous land. This is not Africa or Europe. 100% agree with you. So now, they're all mad about this, right? I get it. But you guys don't know who the fuck you are, do you? See, Columbus trafficked children. Yeah, you know, Christopher Columbus, you know, the ones you guys all celebrate, right? The one that all of you Anglo-Saxons, Cracker Barrels, all of you Edomites, you know, sons of Esau and daughters of Esau, all of you guys fucking galore over this guy. Oh, he's Italian, whatever, Portuguese, Spaniard, whatever. He was always a Sephardic Jew, so-called. He was no different than Epstein or Trump. He was no different. He was pedophile. Like, they literally showed up over here to our lands. They didn't even like try to take the older women. No, fuck no. You guys went after the children. Watch. Oh, what? Why do you show up on my side, man? Come on, bro. Like, I always try to do this right, and you could never fucking show up on my side. All right, check this out. All right? Remember, keep in mind, this is just like, let's be clear here. Don't complain about it all of a sudden. You never complained about it before. You celebrated that piece of shit motherfucker every fucking year. Christopher Columbus, the pedophile.
I want you to guess who said that.
Cannibalism.
Hi everyone, this is your yearly reminder that Christopher Columbus was a prolific child trafficker and child mutilator. His proliferation of the sex trade was so massive and abhorrent that Queen Isabella herself had to issue a decree saying you can no longer bring indigenous women and children for concubinage. Here's a translated quote from Columbus himself. 100 castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm, and it is very general, and there are many dealers who go around looking for girls. Those of age 9 and 10 are in demand, and for all ages a good price must be paid. There's also an account written in 1495 by Columbus's friend Miquel de Cunillo where he brags about being gifted a young Carib woman by Columbus who he then essays and tortures. I can't read you that very graphic quote here on TikTok, but I can elsewhere. The Spaniards did not content themselves with stealing the Indians' food and their labor. They took their women and children, used them for their lusts, and left them pregnant. One Spaniard, who wished to satisfy his evil lust on a young girl, took his dagger out, or as it may be his sword, and cut the hand off her mother, who was trying to wrench her from his grasp. When the girl persisted in refusing him, he stabbed her to death. So keep in mind that your uncle who thinks trans people are mutilating children is definitely out there celebrating this guy today.
Thank you. You guys all celebrate his ass. The great Christopher Columbus. How many of you have celebrated him? Thanksgiving. You celebrate Thanksgiving. That's all it's about. The great Christopher Columbus. Yeah, I know you want to say Puritan shit, but no, it's because of him. You're thanking him for it. Now, here's the interesting part. This is not just a video, because I have actual receipts, and I have them in Spanish and in English too. But here we're going to see one particular document. Let's say a book, I guess, right? And it's called Relaciones y Cartas de Cristóbal Colón, or I would say Culón, Now, in one of these pages, let me see if I can find it. Por una mujer. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if it'll let me find it. Okay, hold on. Mujer. Let's see, hold on. También mujeres. Oh, shit, it's a lot. Hold on. Se fallan 100 castes como por una labranza. Here's another word. Labranza. I think, right? No. No hay fartos mercaderos. There it goes. Okay, here it goes. Okay, all right. So now I'm going to translate it. I'm going to translate it in English, okay? Just to let you know. Hey, dude, Foot, why don't you stick around and watch the class? You maybe want to just be quiet for a second and listen in. This is I do like seminars, basically. And if you want to get a picture of my class, it ain't going to just take one. So take notes. All right, so this is from page 347, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 343. So wait, hold on. 317. Sorry, my bad. Now, in Spanish, it says, por una mujer también se fallan 100 castellanos, ¿ok? Como por una labranza. Y es mucho en uso y haya fartos mercaderos que andan buscando muchachas de 9 a 10. Do you understand what that means? So they're looking for girls between 9 and 10. Son agora en precio. De todas edades ha de tener un bueno. So they're not even saying like 9 and 10. I mean, they'll go younger. Now, I actually take a picture of the translation. Here's a picture of it, right? Because I read it. You guys can see it. Por una mujer también se fallan 100 castellanos, yada, yada, yada. It says, for a woman, 100 castellanos are also spent as for a piece of land. For a woman. But this is not a woman, okay? And it is a lot in use, okay? And there are already many merchants who anchor looking for girls. From 9 to 10, they are now in price. Then it says, of all ages, there must be a good one. You see this? That's why for me, when I see you Edomites, Cracker Barrels, Anglo-Saxons, sons of Esau, and daughters of Esau, I spit on your thought process. Because all of a sudden now you fucking care. Since 1492, this has been going on, but you didn't fucking care. Why? Because you bought and you are. I am, therefore, I buy, therefore I am. Supposedly this great civilization came and all of a sudden did all this fucking crazy shit. Oh my God, it was so great. No, they raped, slaughtered, and pillaged children. And now people like you care?
Why? Because it happened to your children? That shows how fucking selfish you people are.
Everyone has been thinking for a long time.
I am wondering if you are all pedophiles because you don't seem to care that children are being sexually abused. I mean, if somebody claimed that I was, I would say, I absolutely am not. But you guys love to let it stand as fact that that's what's going on because you're not willing to stop it. So, I mean...
What do you mean, Cracker Barrel? What do you mean? It's been going on since 1492. What did you think when Donald Trump deported a lot of our people, separated families? 85,000 children were separated from their family. Did you give a fuck about those children? Did it even occur to you that there might be some type of pedophilia going on? No, it did not. It did not. So don't sit here with your, oh my God. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I got more to show you. The fucking nerve of you guys. And this is where I really, I don't know, man. There's ways to really process this information. Look, listen, family, I speak the way I speak, but I processed this a long time ago. So don't try to mimic that thought process. You have to let it grow. You have to grow into this understanding. It says, Columbus provided native sex slaves to his men. Cristobal Colon. You see this? Christopher Columbus, the piece of shit bastard you guys celebrate every fucking year. You claim that he gave you all of this shit. Donald Trompetas even mentioned his ass. When Christopher Columbus, the great explorer. You've been pedophiles since you got here. You're a pedophile now. Now you guys are all surprised that your like leadership is treating you guys like shit. I told you, you're collateral damage. You biblical so-called scholars always forget about these things. You always want to talk about Jesus. He was so good. But you don't remember all of this stuff here. Jeremiah 51:7, Babylon has been a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunken. The nation have drunken of her wine. Therefore, the nations are mad. The nations are mad. Yeah, they're crazy as you are. And you know what? Destruction cometh to who? Babylon. That's why I really appreciate this video. Reminds me of that other video I have with the native brother saying his prophecy. In case you guys don't know this, again, thank you, bro, for sharing that with me. All be revealed. As a matter of fact, let's listen to this one more time. I want this shit to fucking really sink in. You guys celebrate this guy every year, and you're mad about Epstein. You're mad about that? You celebrate Epstein every year. You've been celebrating the Epsteins, those pedophiliacs. You've been celebrating them since 1490 motherfucking 2.
Your coworker who thinks that the LGBTQ are grooming children is definitely out there celebrating this guy today. Girls aged 9 and 10 are now in demand. I want you to guess who said that. Hi everyone, this is your yearly reminder that Christopher Columbus was a prolific child trafficker and child mutilator. His proliferation of the sex trade was so massive and abhorrent that Queen Isabella herself had to issue a decree saying you can no longer bring indigenous women and children for concubinage. Here's a translated quote from Columbus himself. 100 castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm, and it is very general, and there are many dealers who go around looking for girls. Those of age 9 and 10 are in demand, and for all ages a good price must be paid. There's also an account written in 1495 by Columbus's friend Miquel de Cunillo where he brags about being gifted a young Carib woman by Columbus who he then essays and tortures. I can't read you that very graphic quote here on TikTok, but I can elsewhere. The Spaniards did not content themselves with stealing the Indians' food and their labor. They took their women and children, used them for their lusts, and left them pregnant. One Spaniard, who wished to satisfy his evil lust on a young girl, took his dagger out, or as it may be his sword, and cut the hand off her mother who was trying to wrench her from his grasp. When the girl persisted in refusing him, he stabbed her to death. So keep in mind that your uncle who thinks trans people are mutilating children is definitely out there celebrating this guy today. Your coworker who thinks that the LGBTQ are grooming children is definitely out there celebrating this guy today.
So then why are you surprised? Don't be surprised. This is you. You've been celebrating the Epstein crew since you've been here. You have been celebrating pedos since 1492. Every year you fucking brag about this piece of shit. And then all of a sudden now you want to complain about the very same people that you celebrate about. Give me a break. Bye-bye. Therefore I am. Come on, man. Stop putting up on my screen, please. Please stop doing that. Can you please stop doing that? Can you please do this right? Oh, wait. Hold on. Before I forget. Let me move on from this shit right here. So in case you... Oh, by the way, remember this book, okay? And I have it in English too, but in this particular case, it's on page 317. It's called Relaciones y Cartas de Cristóbal Colón, 1892. Okay? So just keep that in mind. That's what I shared with you earlier. I also shared this link. Now I'm going to share this real quick with you, but before I do, I got this here. Okay, so this is going to happen. They say they got boots on the ground. Supposedly they're already there. Effective April 20th, 2026. That's next month, okay? Starting next month, the U.S. Army has officially raised its maximum enlistment age to 42 years old, up from the previous limits of 35. So they are going to do the draft. They are going to force you to go to war. And if you don't, they're going to put you in jail. Do you understand that? This is, again, I buy, therefore I am. This is your glory. Anglo-Saxons, Edomites, Cracker Barrels, Psalms 83s, you know, all of you guys. Right now I'm focusing on you guys right now. Canaan is next, you know what I'm saying? That's why that's why I'm like, you know, the Canaanite Slayer. Hello, that's what I do. This is what this channel is about. What the fuck?
Who are you?
Effective next month. If you're 42 years old, you will be drafted. You understand that? Purpose. The move is part of an effort to widen the recruitment pool amid ongoing staffing challenges and to bring the Army's age limit in line with other branches like the Air Force and Navy. So that means that they already had it, but, you know, those guys don't get sent first. They get sent, like, you know, later. First these guys, and then first the Marines, then the Army. This should tell you, this wasn't like last year or 2 years ago. This is next year, no, next month. So something's brewing, correct? Your capitalistic system has been basically peaking for quite some time, and now it's starting to hit the downfall. I feel bad for those that have, look, for example, my electric bill came a couple days ago. I mean, I guess we used average air conditioning, like typical. $400 for just 1 month. $400 fucking dollars. Now I can afford it. Not that I want to pay it, but I can afford it. I know other people can't. Single moms, single dads, maybe, or even couples that don't make a lot. You don't have hardly any money saved, all that. I mean, you know. That's why a couple brothers and I were talking about this, man. If you just found out, shit, fuck. I'm glad I heard about this 10 years ago. That was when my awakening started, 10 years ago. It officially took off in 2018. I mean, shit, man. What else can I tell you? Let's listen to this real quick. I think they are going to at least remind us. I got some verses for you. Let's go.
Not only is it Donald Trump's biggest gamble, it is by far also his dumbest gamble.
If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend them.
If we didn't have a madman in the White House, this wouldn't have happened.
This is what's happened to oil prices today alone, up by 9%.
Crude has gone up some 20% in the last few weeks. All these stocks which were already falling, all the indices which were already falling, continue to fall. And the last...
I think that brother Acero had done a class regarding the currency exchange requirement. If I'm not mistaken, he brought up, maybe it wasn't him. Oh, no, look, I've seen a lot of videos. The point being is that Iran is now, they're in control of the Strait of Hormuz, right? Where all the oils, well, at least 20% of the petroleum passes through. But now they're saying that they'll allow people to go through it as long as you exchange it with yuan, meaning Chinese currency. And that right there would mean that if I have $1 and everything's traded off my dollar, now all of a sudden there's this group out there that doesn't want to trade off my dollar, because typically that's the rule, the petrodollar. So if you want to buy any type of petrol, you have to exchange it with a American dollar. So if I'm Chinese, like if I'm in China and I want to buy petrol, I have to exchange my Chinese yuan to the American, to the to the dollar, okay, to the United States dollar. That's the way it works, and then I can purchase oil. Now Iran is like, nah, I want you to purchase it with yuan, no dollar involved. So if you want now to exchange with me for crude, for oil, you're gonna have to change your currency, exchange your currency. So if it's Mexico, which they don't need right now, then it would be Mexican peso to the yuan. If it's Australia, you get the point. America's excluded now, and they're starting to feel the pain. All of these things that you guys are seeing, inflation and all that shit, it's because the value of the dollar now lost about 20 cents. You understand what that means? By them ripping that 20% of crude passing through, now you're being forced to purchase. I mean, it's probably more than 20% of the value. I think that's shredding it now. And that's why they have the puppeteer in the White House telling you guys, no, we're winning, everything's good. I buy, therefore I am. You're capitalist. You're white. There's no way we're losing against these shithole countries that, these brown-looking people, these camel riders. Because that's how they see gente. For a long time, you who bought into the system felt superior. But you didn't realize that all of the material that you had in your homes were because somebody else was suffering. Someone else was eating a lot less than you. It never occurred to you. It didn't matter. Why? Because you're a capitalist. I buy, therefore I am.
Last time something like this happened, 1973, the stock market lost 45% of its value. Gold went up over 2,000%.
Whenever you have a conflict of this nature, people's confidence in the financial system declines, and therefore they think, I need to have some way to preserve myself in case the financial system collapses. So therefore they move to gold. I started warning that there was going to be a global financial crisis in December of 2005. Mainstream economists completely ignore the banking.
That whole debauchery between 2004, well, technically it started here. I mean, it started in 2004. But it really took off right there. Bam. I was in the mortgage industry at that time, and there was no mortgages getting approved. We had no idea why. I mean, I was good at closing this shit. I had a good relationship with banks, but for some reason I couldn't close. I was actually, in case you didn't, I never shared this, but I was in charge of a finance department with mortgages. I was the head dude that handled all the mortgages. I looked over everything. And in 2007, is when all of this shit occurred, and they were looking at me like, what the fuck's going on? I'm like, man, I don't know, dude. All of a sudden, I can't get nothing done. And they're not telling me why. So, but around 2006, I asked, hey, man, are these prices going to keep going up like forever? They can't keep going up forever. But again, I was just a Mexican. White people came over and gave us rates that we could sell to the people. Like, don't worry about it. It's going to continue. Like, that's what they would say. All fucking nonchalant and shit. But, you know, again, what do I know, right? I'm just a spick, wet bag. Isn't that how you labeled us? Doesn't mean I accept it. I'm just aware of, like, the meaning behind it. It doesn't bother me no more. The shit that you guys say don't bother me no more. I don't care what you say. It don't bother me no more. It's like water off my shoulder.
Sector, and they predicted 2008 was being a great year. 55 years later, I've spent my entire life working on an alternative of economics, and that's what I'll teach you in these videos. And I think this is what you're seeing in American politics now.
See the breakdown. This is where I like this video. Gives us a systematic breakdown of what's going to occur, or what's occurring. Like, don't be surprised. You know what I mean? Like, I have family members that don't care about none of this stuff that I say. They don't care. I don't care. Okay, fine. I don't share it with them. But when it shows up in their doorstep, they're going to be like, oh, shit, what the fuck? Well, you should have prepared. You should have prepared your mind and your spirit behind it.
Now, because one thing, I mean, Trump's fantasy was that by taking about the Ayatollah and taking out all the leaders in one hit, then they'd capitulate and hand over. For a start, they were prepared for that, so they have a succession system that means that the fact that they've lost the Ayatollah, there's already got a replacement system in position. They haven't got a replacement for him yet, but they've got a system that the country is still administered on. And people who voted for Trump thought they were voting for the peace president. And you might see that, I think, because his name Nick Fuentes, a very rabidly Make America Great Again 24-year-old who was a rabid supporter of Trump, he's now finally said, I've had it. We've been conned. So rather than getting regime change in Iran, we may get regime change in America, because all the supports, all the people who were psychophantic supporters of Trump and trusted him are now seeing that that trust was completely misplaced. And they're now starting to say we need to replace Trump. So some of the strongest energy to get rid of Trump is now coming from his own once supporter base. And therefore, rather than getting a regime change in Iran because of this invasion, we may get regime change in America. And frankly, we need that more than anything. Whenever you have a conflict of this nature, people's confidence in the financial system declines. And therefore, they think, I need to have some way to preserve myself in case the financial system collapses. So therefore, they move to gold. Gold becomes the ultimate hedge. Whenever you don't trust the political system, then you buy gold. So gold's likely to do fairly well. At the same time, this is with America, if it's true that America doesn't have the production capability right now to make the weapons they need for the war they started, then they're going to put an appropriations bill through Congress to create the money to enable that weapons to be manufactured. It'll take time before the weapons are manufactured, but you might get a large fiscal stimulus for the American economy coming out of this. So, I mean, there's no way this has easily predictable.
I mean, and I think a lot of us don't really want to accept these numbers and look at them, or maybe they don't mean nothing to y'all, but this right here should scare the shit out of you guys. Especially this right here. So as these people are winning, somebody is losing. Do you understand?
Impacts in any one direction, because the whole damn thing is a nightmare, a chaos we should never have had. But the odds are we're in for a global recession caused by a supply chain blockage and increase in the value of speculative assets like gold, because people have got every reason not to trust the monetary system at the moment, because the main beast in the monetary system is trying to destroy one of the main countries on the planet. So, yeah, I expect financial markets to fall in general, because you're going to be, what's the profitability of American industry if we're going to be under attack and we're going to lose our oil and lose all the supply systems we need. So you're going to see probably a decline in the stock market, but a growth in the value of gold. I've always been a non-orthodox economist. I've always criticized the mainstream and tried to look at alternative, what I regard financial instability hypothesis, which is what I did my PhD on, and that argued that capitalism was prone to debt crises caused by private debt. So that's what I focused upon. Then in 2005, I took a look at the level of private debt both in Australia and America and realized that the level of private debt compared to GDP was growing at an exponential rate. It had to stop growing at some point, and when it
Private debt is like, art shit, okay?
did, credit would go from being adding to demand to subtracting for demand, and I expect there to be a huge financial crisis as a result of it.
What he just said? Sure, I'm sorry, what he showed?
And to subtracting for demand, and I expect
there. So you have debt in trillions, debt as percentage of the GPD. This is the number that he's talking about. So pay attention.
that there'd be a huge financial crisis as a result of it. Now, mainstream economists don't even look at credit because according to their theories of how banks operate, they see banks as just agents who enable one person to lend to another, and therefore the level of credit doesn't affect the economic activity. That's what they assume. Now, I knew that was false. So I started looking at the level of private debt and said, when it stops growing, there'll be a huge crash in demand, and we're going to get a rerun of the Great Depression, not as deep as the Great Depression because government spending is so much bigger now than it was back in the 1930s, and that will avoid the crisis being as deep. But I definitely warned of a crisis approaching because of factors that mainstream economists don't even take a look at. Now, that happened in 2007. So I won what was called the Revere Award from an institution called the Real World Economic Review for being the person who most cogently warned of the crisis and whose work might do most to prevent another one. Living for everybody. So the working class and the middle class are going to do very badly out of this.
Part 3, let's go.
Because the basic commodities they buy are going to increase in price. So
this is for, let's say, low income, middle income people. You're going to notice the pinch. And you're going to see if you have a little bit of money, you're going to start seeing it shrink. If you have credit cards and you want to keep your credit up, you're going to have to pay it. Especially those credit cards that are volatile. A lot of them have like 35% now annual percentage rate. In case you guys are not aware of it, check your bill. I'm telling you right now. Oh, man.
So there's going to be both an inflation spike out of it and yet more pressure on the poor in America who've already...
Remember that I had mentioned between 1970 and 80 is when things started changing? You see that right there? Productivity kept going, but compensation didn't keep up. So who do you think profited from all of this space right here? Yeah. The Christopher Columbus, the Donald Trumps, the Epsteins, you know what I mean? Those pedals and shit. Yeah, those guys. Seriously, I'm telling you, family, that's why I said around 1970 and 80 is when, that scripture, 2 Ezra 16, talks about when visuals be so cheap, man, you guys think it's going to be all good. But nah, that's just the beginning. When it looks to be the beginning of it's the beginning of the end.
Been screwed for the last 40 or 50 years because their wages haven't kept pace with the growth and the productivity of the economy. So most of the gains have gone to the ultra wealthy rather than going to the working class and the middle class. That's a large reason why the working class people voted for Trump. Now they see them being screwed by Trump. It's going to be both. They're going to suffer out of it, and I think they're going to be huge political flips. So it'll be fascinating to watch what the midterms are still way off in November, I think. But any action that occurs from now on, it's likely to be the Republicans will lose out to the Democrats, and then heaven knows how the Trump inner circle is going to react to that, because they're obviously going to be afraid of going to jail for the actions they have done. So
that you see, that's what I wanted to make sure I didn't leave out. So they got the so-called midterms this year. These people on the right, they know that they're going to lose. Okay, they know they're going to lose. They know that if the Democrats get a hold of the floor, that they're going to prosecute a lot of these motherfuckers, a lot of these piece of shits. Pete Kegsbreath, all of them bastards, all them pedophiles that are protecting pedophiles, right? Do you think they want to leave office? Do you think they're going to want to?
Are you?
I don't expect. It's either going to be, they're going to make it hard for you to vote somehow by passing the SAVE Act, that's for sure. Or if they can't pass it, they're going to put, ice all over the places. Like they're going to do a lot of intimidation, or they're going to really go to war. And once you go to war, you can basically say, sorry, no midterms. We got war going on. And what now? I think the third one's going to be the actual one. That's what I see.
So I just expect political chaos in America out of this as well. It's what happens when you let somebody with narcissistic personality disorder take over your country. And somebody like Trump in charge, he was restrained last time around because he didn't have a support base that designed the policies for him. But this time around, he had the group that created America 2025, which is a conservative religious blueprint for a radically altered America. And that's the type of person that he's appointed to take his important positions in his administration. And they've led to all these crazy decisions. So the people who voted for MAGA are realizing they've been had. And if now the top echelons look at what the people whose vote they needed to get into power in the first place think of them, all hell to pay is going to come out of this. So it's, there's a classic old Chinese curse, which is, may you live in interesting times. Well, we live in times that are far too interesting for our own good. But it is insane because there was absolutely no reason for this war. And so the only way you can understand why it happened is Netanyahu in particular pushing Israeli objectives on America, and this war is being done for the benefit of Israel, but Israel may have miscalculated. So now we have to see, and we'll probably see in the next 2 to 4 weeks, just how serious that miscalculation was. If they can suppress the Iranians and stop the Iranians destroying Israel, then it'll be just a serious disturbance to the global economy, but not something existential for civilization.
So let me move on from this video. I want to share this with y'all. This is what AMLO, the ex-president of Mexico, had said regarding Cuba. In case you guys don't know, the country that supports, protects, and loves pedophiliacs, United States of America, KKK, you know what I mean? All of you guys, you that worship Christmas Christians, you that are Christmas Christians, you that celebrate Thanksgiving, you that love Christopher Culo Columbus, the pedophiliac, you that complain about Epstein are technically all the children of these people. Okay? This very same people are squeezing the shit out of Cuba. They blocked any potential oil to come to the island so they can go and invade it. America first. I buy, therefore I am. The only way you're actually great is by robbing other people. There's absolutely nothing great about you. By nature, no. You basically are against it, and all of you guys are part of the system. AMLO said this, okay? This is regarding Cuba, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I want to play another video, and maybe one more thing to show it, and we'll call it even. I don't want to be here too long. I thought I would share this video because it's important. It says, "Estoy en el retiro, pero me hiero que busquen exterminar por sus ideales de libertad y defensa de la soberanía al hermano pueblo de Cuba. A quienes piensan que se trata de un pleito ajeno, les recuerdo lo que dijo el general Cárdenas cuando fue la invasión de Playa Girón. No es lícito preconizar nuestra indiferencia ante su heroica lucha, porque su suerte es la nuestra." So basically saying, in a nutshell, listen, man, it's not a foreign issue. What happens to them is going to happen to us. En consecuencia, dice AMLO, invito a que todos depositemos en la cuenta de Banorte, this number, de la Asociación Civil Humana con la América Latina, abierta por ciudadanos, escritores y periodistas para comprar alimentos, medicinas, petróleo y gasolina y ayudar al pueblo cubano. Que cada quien aporte lo que pueda. Basically saying, showing support to the Cubans. Now, why is he saying that? Because the mindset behind what these people are doing should really, really, really clearly express to us that they, like, for example, the Don Rowe doctrine, the whole fucking dumb Don Rowe doctrine.
Yeah, it's basically from the Monroe Doctrine. So they want to revive that whole concept. Share your message that they told themselves as well, the people over there in the Middle East. They're basically saying, yo, listen, what happened to us is going to happen to you. See, the predator, he's tired, he's weak, he knows his end is near. You know how that goes.
President, for more than 78 years, our region has been paying the price for the birth and costly survival of an entity that with each passing moment erodes global security and casts our region deeper into turmoil. And the suffering is compounded when false and fabricated narratives replaced with realities are accepted as truth, when defenders are recast as enemies. The malevolent regime of Israel has cunningly turned the President of the United States as executor of its wicked designs. Such mastery poses a grave threat to the entire world. Israel is not merely attacking Iran, nor solely striking at Lebanon, nor even undermining Palestine. It is assaulting the very fabric of regional order and dragging the entire world toward chaos and peril. Today, we assure our neighbors that Iran will not be the last focus. After Iran, you will become even more accessible targets for the execution of sinister ideological agendas of Israeli regime. Those who are today appearing as your friends will cast off their masks tomorrow. Today, the Iranian brave and honorable armed forces stand resolutely against this malignant entity, an insidious power that threatens not only our region, but the stability of the world itself. For more than 4 decades, Israel has orchestrated the project of Iranophobia, and now they have prepared the grounds of conflict to give life to their malevolent narratives, to draw a wedge between us, and to weaken us altogether. We urge the people of our region to respond with heightened awareness, wisdom, and understanding. We fight on behalf of all of you against an enemy that, if not restrained today, will be beyond containment tomorrow. The coordinated invasion against Iran began with a profoundly tragic, brutal attack against Minab School on 28 February. The Minab attack and the other strikes on civilian infrastructures in Iran, including our Islamic cultural heritage site in Isfahan, the salination facilities, oil refineries, stadiums, hospitals, and petrochemical complexes in Asaliye, Kharg Island, and the residential homes of the Iranian people are originated from US bases in some of our neighboring countries. Airfields and deserts in those countries have become the refueling points for the fighter jets that every day drop their bombs on the Iranian people. And how could all of this happen while we were confident in our neighbors and friends, believing that they would never lease their land or airspace for attacks against Iran? From 28 February 2026, near 45,000 of houses have been demolished. More than 53 hospitals have been targeted, and 57 schools have been bombarded. Today, Iran is mourning for killing of more than 1,500 people, including 300 children. Responsibility for these attacks lies not only with those who carried out those attacks, but also with those who facilitated, supported, and encouraged them. Iran considers it its right to respond to attacks at their source and to prevent any repetition of aggression. Finally, Mr. President, our message to our neighbors is that we must be united for the sake of our shared values, geography, and future. We must unite against the evil plans of our common enemy, Israel. Do not embolden Israel by targeting Iran, and only Iran, in political and legal fora. It is a historic mistake. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for requesting the point of order for a second time. Unfortunately, we have heard from France and UK, again using the term regime. If this trend are willing to be continued, we can also use UK regime and France regime that, of course, cannot be accepted for them. So we humbly request all the missions to use the standard language. Thank you very much.
Fam, I had to run to the restroom real quick. Let me close this up. All right, so now let me show you this video real quick. We're almost done. All right, I got to do something real quick, but I think it'll give us a pretty good, clear message. Now, a lot of you guys, you know, I buy, therefore I am, right? You capitalists, you lovers of this fucking no, I should say you lovers of this world that you created since 1492. Let me remind you that, and I've done classes on this, Cristobal Colon, or Christopher Columbus, was a technically quote-unquote Sephardic Jew, okay? They financed it all since 1492. I'm telling you. Now you're complaining about your daddies. You're biting the hand that fed you all this time because you just found out who your daddies were. See what I'm saying?
You take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
Oh yeah? Is that so?
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Define positive. Are we talking about peace and prosperity? Because if that's what you meant by positive, then it has been an epic fail.
Here's the catch, by the way, family. Hey, what up, bro? Good to see you here. and here's the catch. Thank you, by the way. Great content. Glad you're covering it. Yes, sir. I find it so funny that they want to distance themselves from the mindset of these people, which is exactly the same mindset of these people. You didn't need them to tell you to do that, to colonize, to take advantage, to eat the resources. You didn't have to do that. No, but see, now that, how's that saying? The rooster came home to roost or some shit, or the chickens came home to roost or some shit like that. That's the saying. Now that's why you're complaining. You're complaining about the person you're looking in the mirror. Like whatever you're saying to that other person, that's exactly who you are.
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
Oh yeah? Is that so?
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Define positive. Are we talking about peace and prosperity? Because if that's what you meant by positive, then it has been an epic fail.
Let me ask, I'm sure he probably does, but has this bald man here done a video regarding the removal of Maduro? Was it a positive or negative for you guys? Oh, that's right. Oh, well, that was different. You are no different.
Third nation, by the way, is Libya. Obviously, we'd like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran.
Exporting terrorism not only to every part of the Middle East, but to Venezuela.
By the way,
But to Venezuela. Why did you guys go in Venezuela? Why? Because you've been robbing their resources since the get-go. And you sanctioned their asses when they did not want to agree to your so-called demand of submission. Now, all of a sudden, you see the inflation. Now you see the value of things changing. Now you actually find out that, yo, listen, the Iranians have you by the huevos. Now they're saying you're supposed to buy oil with the yuan. No more the dollar. I'm sorry. No more the dollar. Man, that's going to be heavy. Yeah, that's a very older book. I mean, not old, but everybody should know about that book.
what are we doing with Greenland? We got to do something with Greenland.
It seems like there's one person who has been pretty vocal about destabilizing countries.
That I find so ironic, family. I mean, these people funded trompetas to win the fucking presidency. Well, are you guys just ignoring it now? All of a sudden now, you didn't know that these Khazars funded Donald Trump's run for presidency? I mean, it's all over there. You didn't know IPAC was hooking y'all up? Come on, man. Don't act stupid now. Don't act stupid now. Why we got to do this now? You know, matter of fact, I was going to share one more video, but I have this one and a little longer one, because I think you're going to, I don't know if you stick around, I said, you probably never heard it, but you might have heard of this guy. He's a very good economist, world economist, young man, and he brings some facts out. Okay, so I'm going to share this video first, but the next one's the one I'm talking about. This guy's more of a commentator, left-wing.
By the same token, there was a massive buildup.
He's a left-wing commentator. You know what I mean? I like his points and shit. He brings up a lot. He's very good at debating. Very good at like he knows a lot from what he comes from, but he has a leftist perspective, which you know what I mean. I don't go left or right. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that shit. But I do like information, especially when people know what the fuck they're talking about. All right, let's listen in real quick, and then we go to no, wait, hold on. This is a 33-minute one? What did he do? Did he change it? It was only like fucking 15 minutes, dude. What did you do? You might have extended it. All right, we're not going to go watch the whole thing. Fuck, he did change it. Because it wasn't 33 minutes when I was watching it. All right, let's listen to a few items here. I'll skip to here. All right. I want to point some things out. Let's go.
Whenever you're talking about the Trumps, understand there's always a scheme. There's always a game. There's always an ulterior motive, okay? And
this is why I had said before, because you know, I was born in Guadalajara, and our family came over here because of, you know, after the privatization of a lot of departments of the government in Mexico, you know, my dad lost his job. And Mexico privatized everything. Basically, the same stuff that you guys are seeing here today is exactly what Mexico did in 1970, 1980. And that's why you saw blatant corruption in your face. Like, they didn't care. They didn't care. They privatized everything. They privatized education. They privatized the airports. They privatized banking. Like, literally, they privatized all. They shut down the oil refineries. Like, they literally said, nah, F no. We're going to rob this country. And they were blatant corruption. I mean, I'm in your face, and there was nothing you can do about it. Nothing. Like today, you know, you guys get shot in the street. Has those cops faced any kind of repercussions? Nah, they shot you white folks in the face, and they said, fuck you, go to hell. You don't like it? Send me a bill. You're collateral damage. And I've been saying it for years. Y'all are collateral damage. You just didn't want to accept it. So let me remind you of exactly what you are. I buy, therefore I am. I consume, therefore I am. I am a capitalist, therefore I am. Now all of a sudden, you're biting the hand that feeds you. Since 1492, these same people like Christopher Columbus that you celebrate every year, this Sephardic Jew, so-called, this pedophiliac bastard, yeah, they funded your shit since the beginning of time.
sometimes the ulterior motive becomes crystal clear with a little bit of reporting. So Unusual Whale says the following: breaking, just 5 minutes before Trump's announcement to halt the attacks on Iran, massive trades reportedly hit the market. In one move, $1.5 billion in S&P 500 futures was bought, while $192 million in oil futures was sold. These orders were 4 to 6 times larger than anything else at the time. The traders seemingly made huge gains. Unusual. So I'll put this in layman's terms for you. This, without any doubt whatsoever, was either Trump himself, somebody being a surrogate for Trump, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, Barron, Uday and Kusei Trump, Don and Eric Jr., or somebody within that inner Ayatollah and kidnap.
Okay, so now check this out, okay? You're going to find out exactly, because this is man, this should fucking really, like, I don't know, bro. Which is the scripture that I'm, let me see, the one that says, okay, I'm going to look for it. Okay, let's go.
Maduro before we have one person on the Epstein list being arrested. One. Stop and think about that. That shit is crazy. So the corruption is completely and utterly out of control. We've never seen anything like this before. New Iran ground war coming. So according to Fox News, Major General Brandon Tegmeyer, commander of the 82nd Airborne Division, is deploying immediately with his entire headquarters staff to the Middle East. Pentagon is actively planning major ground operations against Iran. Boots-on-the-ground invasion prep is underway after Iran's missile barrages on Israel and threats to choke the world's oil supply. American paratroopers are headed in. Okay, so we now have official reporting. It is indeed happening. as Trump, and we'll get to this in a second too, flip-flopping back, forth. We solved the war. The war's over. The war's not over, but Iran better give up. Iran better concede. Iran better open that Strait of Hormuz. He goes back, forth. Pay no attention to what he says. Look at what's actually being done on the ground, because that'll tell you way more than his lying ass ever could. And just like with Venezuela, he might say one thing, but, oh, would you look at that? He did a massive military buildup around Venezuela and set a bunch of massive warships to park right next to the coast. Well, that was a big sign that something was coming. Right? Now, by the same token, there was a massive build.
So check this out. I was looking for the scripture. Ezekiel 24. Ezekiel 24, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Check this out. It says here regarding the siege of Jerusalem, Ezekiel's wife died, yada, yada, yada. But check this out. It says Ezekiel 24:25. I'll say it like this. Also, thou son of man, shall it not be in that day when I take from them their strength? Remember how they claimed, supposedly, they came and claimed civilization and that we were, savages, and they brought everything good to us. A lot of us believed it, I guess, in some sense, But here we see now that the tables are turning. Now their leaders are stupefied, basically stupid, like they always have been. But now it's like very obvious in our face. Also, thou son of man, shall it not be in that day when I take from them their strength, the joy of their glory, the desire of their eyes? You see that? And that whereupon they set their minds, their sons and their daughters, that he that speaketh in that day shall come unto thee to cause thee to hear it from thine ears. It says 27, in that day shall thy mouth be open to him which is escaped, meaning when you start understanding, waking up, seeing like, okay, I see what this guy's saying. And thou shalt speak and be no more dumb, but who will be? You see, this dumbness is a spirit. It transfers. It doesn't just disappear. It goes somewhere else. So this dumbness is leaving our people and afflicting these other nations, these other ones, like, these stupid ones that you see right there. Bro, because I'm serious. They're lying to you guys and you guys are okay with it. Like, I have a problem with Epstein because he's a pedophile. Yeah, we all do. But you didn't have a problem with Christopher Columbus. Since 1492, all your fucking leaders have been pedophiles. All of them. Your forefathers, they had slaves. They took advantage of the children. Come on, man. You think that did not happen? Please, give me a break. Attitude reflects leadership. And that's all you guys been based on. Your attitude as what? Pedophiles. And in that day shall thy mouth be open to him which is escaped. And thou shalt speak and be no more dumb, and thou shalt be a sign unto them. And they shall know that I am the Lord. So it's people like myself that are going to basically share these kinds of things. Not just me. There's many more brothers that should be out there doing these things. But the understanding, wisdom, and at least patience will start manifesting. A lot of you guys rush into this shit, man. And I think a lot of people want to measure up to certain people that have more experience. Like, you guys can't do that. You guys need to slow the fuck down, dude. You're young for a reason, or younger. It's for a reason. It's for a reason. Let's continue.
Held up near Iran when this attack happened, when both attacks happened, the 12-day war and this recent attack. But now he's trying to head fake while they're doing a massive buildup of troops that will be boots on the ground. Now, I want to reiterate this for the 97th time here, but literally all of this is illegal. All of this is unconstitutional. It's a fucking disgrace.
The whole thing about unconstitutional, they stood behind that fucking piece of paper for a long time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, indigenous people are forced to, no, they're not. They don't have to, nobody's forced to speak anything. Here in this country, they're trying to tell you to speak English. So what language are they really forcing on people? Indigenous people in this land are being forced to speak English. Because isn't that what they're saying? That's supposedly the only language that you should be speaking. Nobody forces Spanish on you, brother. You don't have to learn that. I got brothers that are learning Nahuatl. They're learning it right now and speaking it right now. Nobody's forcing you to speak Spanish. You know what they're doing? They're forcing you to speak English. That's for sure.
That you don't have immediate impeachment, removal, and arrest over this stuff. I mean, they're not even trying to make an argument anymore. It's like that meme. Like, they don't even bother to make an argument for war anymore. They just look at you like this. And it's that picture from that movie with that fat guy looking like with tears in his eyes. That's where we're at now. That's where we're at now.
Why when we first came here, you know, Mexico, all that government at that time, El PRI, and they fucking lord over our people for a long time. The same thing that you see happening right now, the same shit. Privatization, total corruption, people taking advantage, people saying, no, we don't have money for that. We don't have money for that, but we have money for this. We don't have money for that. We don't have money for that, but we have money for this. It's the same shit. They're going to Congress asking for $200 billion to continue this war. And a lot of you guys are like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Weren't we asking for an extension on healthcare, Medicare support, Medicaid support at least, or ACA supplemental credits, you know, so you guys can all have insurance? How come they never done universal insurance in this country? They do it in other countries. Oh, that's right. That's communist socialist. But in reality, you're part socialist, part capitalist. I don't understand it. It's kind of confusing. But you know what? You guys drank the fucking wine. You really believed your shit didn't stink. You really thought that, you know, by not wiping your ass, your underwears will stay clean. It don't work like that, bro. Te tienes que limpiar las pinches nalgas, cabrón. That's the way it works.
But let me give you some more, because we also have some numbers here. A source familiar with the details told the Jerusalem Post that the deployment and arrival of U.S. forces are proceeding as planned. So currently planned is 2,500 Marines, approximately 2,000 sailors, 3 amphibious ships, and 3,000 paratroopers. So it's happening, y'all. It is happening, and seemingly nobody is talking about it. Somehow this is flying underneath the radar, even though this is...
Yes, it is, my friend. It's very hypocritical. You know what's even more hypocritical? The fact that they're complaining about Jeffrey Epstein and all those pedophiliacs that are part of the, you know, the corruption at the toppest head of the government, covering up for Donald Trump, convicted 34 times. You know what sexual shit that he's done. Like, we all heard him. You know what's more hypocritical? The fact that they're complaining about them now, the whole supposedly the good portion of American or North Americans, but they never fucking cared about the fact that Christopher Columbus and every single one of them, invaders, not conquistadors, invaders, were pedophiles. Their forefathers were pedophiles. Like, it didn't matter until apparently those girls started looking kind of blonde. Then it fucking mattered. That's hypocritical.
Colossal news. Now, you want to hear something incredibly pathetic?
I mean by the fucking stupidity. Like, we no longer should we be fucking dumb no more, family. Ezekiel 24:27, in that day shall thy mouth be open to him which is escaped, meaning those that hear what I'm talking about will understand what I'm saying, regardless of your personal opinion about me, regardless of how offended you may be because I may say some things that you may not like. That's not the point. The point is, those that hear the message, not the messenger, okay? This word will be open to you, and thou shalt speak and be no more dumb, meaning you'll start understanding as well. And thou shalt be a sign unto them. It didn't mean that, hey, man, and you're going to be loving and everybody's going to care about you and you're going to care about them. No, it don't work like that. And they shall know that I am the Lord.
Pathetic. Listen to this. Clash Report says, Trump is getting a daily 2-minute highlight reel of successful U.S. strikes in Iran, basically explosions and wins, raising concerns that he may not be getting the full picture of the war, setbacks included. So in the same way we learned.
What I mean, you see why I read it? Like, the dumbness is not going to be in our indigenous bloodline no more. All of these things are going to start washing away. Like, then that's why you're going to start seeing people change, right? If the Spirit is with you. Self-reflection is the most important thing before you go around trying to blame everybody for your own problems. Self-reflection. And I say that from experience. Because, man, I'm telling you, man, I let a lot of people down. I let my obviously your family is the one that matters the most, you know. I let people down. Which, by the way, the post I made, the other day, yesterday, betrayal is a personal thing, man. It has nothing to do with strangers and shit or people that you just met. Nah, it was a total different topic. I got to see my brother the other day, which I haven't seen in 15 years, and I got to see my sister the other day, which I saw her randomly, but not often. And then I realized this time, man, she's very sick. She's gonna die. Like, she's at the end of her road. She looked weak. She looked tired. She looked confused. Like she didn't know that she was there. Usually she was the one that was talkative, Now, not today, man. This time I could not believe that she was not saying, like, she was the total opposite. She looked like an old, weak woman that will probably be passing pretty soon. That's where that whole post came from. We were talking about betrayal. That some of us, because betrayal only applies to somebody that you know really well. It's not like random people. And I'll say it now, man. If you guys are just finding out that you've been betrayed, well, you should have been paying attention to history, because history has not been lying. I mean, what did you guys think? I don't understand that. Did it not matter to you, Anglo-Saxons, Cracker Barrels, Sons of Esau, Edomites, all you guys? Did it not occur to you for a moment that when people like you came, as well as black folks that helped you and all that shit, you know what I'm saying? But right now I'm focusing on you. Did it not occur to you that, or did you not put yourself in those shoes? Like, what if we came to you and to your land and took all your shit? Like, what if us, like, Mexica, Aztecs, all that, so-called Aztecs, went over to your fucking land and just did everything you did to us? How would you feel? Would you be okay with it? Are Christopher Columbus taking advantage of your children like that? No, you call us rapists today, and you can't even really prove it, because technically the ones that are like that are usually you guys. You see the hypocrisy.
That he doesn't do daily briefings unless it's in font like 100 and it has his name in it repeatedly, because that's all he cares about is himself, right? He wants to hear good things about himself written by other people. That's all he cares about. In the same way the briefings are like that, now they're saying, oh, we don't even really give him a real briefing on the war. We just splice together a highlight reel like from Twitter of shit blowing up.
And this is why that verse is important. And it says, in that day, again, Ezekiel 24:27, in that day shall thy mouth be open to him which is escaped, meaning like you're aware now, and thou shalt speak and be no more dumb, because we used to be. In all aspects of the word. We believed it, we lived it, we acted upon it, you know what I'm saying? We reacted by it. But now we're seeing that this stupefaction, I guess, if that's a word, is jumping upon them. Listen, they're briefing the so-called president of the United States, the so-called leader of the world. They're saying that they're only showing 2 little minute clips. Okay? They're only showing 2-minute clips to him. Remember how, do you understand now what I'm saying? Shit is changing psychologically, financially, and physically.
And we play it for him, and then he goes,
and spiritually.
It's wonderful. Looks like everything's going great. Looks like we're absolutely destroying them. Isn't that phenomenal? So this is, I know I've said a number of times now, baboon government. This is why. This is the baboon regime, or, regime run by 12-year-old boys. Because these are not serious people. This is not a serious person doing a serious thing. This is a child. This is how you treat a child. Now, little Timmy, you want to see the things go boom, boom? You want to see them blow up? Yeah, mommy, yeah. Okay, little Timmy, here's the highlight reel. And it's got to be 2 minutes, because God forbid it's fucking 3 minutes. All of a sudden, his attention's fucking, it's like squirrel.
See what I'm saying? The stupefaction has begun. The stupefaction has begun. The cup that was once given to our people is now being given to them. The cup that was given to our people of stupefactation is now being given to them. Thought process, thinking, everything. The actions. Actions speak louder than words. Psalms 51:15 says this, so you can understand. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. And that's like giving you wisdom. Not stupefied anymore. Not being led by, certain religious aspects, buildings, whatnot. No. Now you're actually paying attention to what you're reading, and you're paying attention to yourself, and you're paying attention to everybody around you and everything that's going on. You're not just reacting. You're observing and absorbing. Observing and absorbing. You see that? You can't just look. You got to actually chew that shit and be like, okay, I see. Let's continue.
Like, that's where we are now with this guy. This is how far gone he is mentally. What a child, insane child. All right. Bloomberg says U.S. allies have privately warned President Trump that his war was quickly becoming a disaster. Oh, you don't say. So you have the Europeans going, hey, dog, come on, man. Like, you don't understand. This is a catastrophe. We have Asian countries already rationing gas.
Babe, was it South Korea rationing? Was it South Korea? I showed you the video, no, where they were telling people when to do this and that. Yeah. Yes, it was South Korea that and I'm not going to look for the video, but South Korea officially provided a video for their people where they're going to actually have a system where you have to turn off certain things at a certain time, or watch certain things at a certain time. I'm telling you, fam. Philippines said, by the way, that, and that was in March 20th, that they said they have 45 days of reserves of oil. After that, shit hits the tank. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? South Korea, let me see if I can find a video. But I guess this is my job to show you guys what's going on. And scripturally speaking, we hardly ever have to go to Deuteronomy 28. Just letting you know, nobody's trying to steal anything from anybody. Our life is all over this book. Our diet, our clothing, our folklore. Seriously. And the diet consists of a lot of shit. A lot. Our language is in there. And go on and on. Because, shit, at this point, when South Korea starts, I'm telling you, look it up.
We have like work from home orders in a bunch of countries. We have the longest lines you've ever seen for gas in a bunch of these countries. It's starting there. It's gonna get here, right? And he's just totally fucking oblivious. And you have the allies going, come on, man, we're buying oil right now from Russia, which is only gonna help them in their war on Ukraine, which is only putting us at more risk because he's stealing territory in Europe. Like, hello, this is horrible. And what's Trump? Trump doesn't care. He doesn't care. He'll go out there and say the exact opposite confidently, because that's what he does. Now, on that point, Trump did a little press event in the Oval Office, and it was just as disastrous as you thought. What you're going to notice here is, again, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. He keeps contradicting himself casually as if it's nothing, and fucking nobody calls him out on that, okay? So here's one example right here.
That's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran. The city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh my God. I didn't laugh at the same thing. He laughed for something else, but I laughed because I'm like, bro, Iran is the country. Tehran is the city. It's like as if, oh my God. I'm telling you, man, it's funny because I'm seeing it. The tables have fucking turned at the highest level. It's like when he made, I think, who was it? Nebuchadnezzar, I think he made him a fucking donkey for like 3 years. Forgive me if I forgot about that story.
The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The global economy is barbecue chicken right now. Do you not see gas is already $4 a gallon in the U.S.? How do you not see this stuff? Do you?
Yeah, it's 5 and change here. 5.5, 560, 520, depending on where you go. I used to go to Costco, but it's not even that different. And like I said, last month's electric bill, was $400. Now, I can afford it, but I know a lot of families cannot just afford that shit every month. $400 for a lot of family, that's like 1 month fucking worth of supply of food.
Not see the death toll of American soldiers, the ones being killed, the ones being injured? Do you not see that you've had to retreat from a number of places because the Iranians have been much better at this war than anybody predicted? Do you not realize that you can't stop their fucking ballistic missiles? Tel Aviv is getting absolutely pounded. Actually, it's going great. It's not a stalemate. It's not a tie.
We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world.
We're going to have the privilege of shooting down.
See what I mean? I buy, therefore I am. You call yourself a capitalist. That's what you guys do. You take and kill. Sorry, you kill and then you take. I said it backwards. Forgive me. You kill, then you take. And you don't ask questions. You know, it's now at this moment, it's like more blunt. Like it's just like in your face. I don't give a shit. Fuck you, beaner, spick, wetbag. We're gonna deport y'all. It doesn't matter. We're gonna invade your country pretty soon. I mean, they're already squeezing Cuba. Supposedly, they bombed some farm over there in Ecuador. All right, Colombia and Ecuador were having an argument about that about a week ago.
An electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. He is bragging about war crimes. Yet again, he's bragging. This is like he went out there and said, you know, it was really phenomenal the way we attacked that elementary school with 7 to 12-year-old girls. That was really incredible, wasn't it? That was really something. What he's saying is, isn't it going to be amazing when we take away all power from thousands and thousands of civilians? Isn't that going to be great? What is wrong with this man?
It goes back to what the scriptures talk about. It goes back to, here, let me see. I got another one for you. I was reading it earlier. Let me see if I can go back to it. It's a 33. And the Lord upon me, everything from forward escaped me, and his mouth open mouth until he came. So open and I was no more. Okay, yeah. Ezekiel 33:22, because I was kind of looking for verses about this topic. We are no more dumb. You can no more trick our people. No more, maybe your people, they're barely figuring that out. We've seen it. I saw that shit 2016 coming. Ezekiel 23:22 says, therefore, 33:22. 33:22. Ezekiel 33:22. It says, now the hand of the Lord was upon me in the evening, afore he that was escaped came and had opened my mouth. I'm sorry, let me read it again. Ezekiel 33:22. Now the hand of the Lord was upon me in the evening, afore he that was escaped came and had opened my mouth until he came to me in the morning. And my mouth was open, and I was no more dumb. Then the word of the Lord came upon me, saying, Son of man, they that inhabit those wastes of the land of Israel speak, saying, Abraham was one, and he inherited the land. But we are many, and the land is given us for inheritance. So this portion about no longer being dumb, remembering ourselves of what he gave us, the value of ourselves. You get what I'm saying? Who you are. That's also the stupefaction that we all went through for a long time. Remember, I showed you guys from the Lutheran newsletter, printed September 7th, 1900. They were not allowing us to read at that time. Spain was in power and they prohibited even the fucking Bible. Seriously. Inheritance. No more dumb. You're no longer going to be misled or blind. You see other people trying to steal your heritage, fam. I don't have to tell you. You hear it on TikTok. You got Morenos trying to steal it. You got Güeros trying to steal it. You know what I'm saying? What can I say? I saw that shit coming in 2022. That's why I've been saying this shit for 4 years now.
This man is demented.
And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating.
Jesus Christ. All right, I'm not done though. We also have this one. So in this one, Trump says the regime has already been changed. So you're going to notice it's, they better stop this war. They better open the Strait of Hormuz. They're acting up and we're not going to allow it. So it's like the war is still raging. And on the other hand, it's like, well, you know, the regime has actually already changed. Many people say we already won the war if you think about it. Bro, he did a press conference the other day where, I'm not kidding, and there was a tweet about this that went mega viral. It's like he contradicted himself like 8 times.
Yeah, so he uploaded a new video at this point because I think he did. I don't know. I don't want to prolong it. I want to show you guys this stuff because this one's powerful. And I think it's going to help us understand it a lot more. I don't want to say a lot more better or clear. I like the way this young man actually brings out information. Again, he's a world economist. See if I can find it. Don't tell me I don't have it now, bro. Come on, dude. No mama's way. No mama's way. Oh, by the way, listen to this, okay? See, they're going nuts, family.
This is what happens when people at the very top, demonize brown immigrants over and over again. What you just saw was this guy, 70-year-old Michael Burke out of Fallbrook, California. He walked up to two landscapers who had just finished working on a property that they've maintained for years and were sitting in their truck. He asked them if they spoke Spanish and then shot them. That shot hit both of them. And the driver, 40-year-old Martin Lucas, he didn't make it. He passed away. This is what happens when immigrants are constantly labeled as criminals, as invaders, as threats, coupled with a society filled with deranged, gun-obsessed individuals who have been emboldened to resort to violence. But where's the outrage? Because I'm not seeing that same energy from the people who claim to care about law and order. Martin had a family who depended on him. A daughter, 3 sons, and a wife, who are now mourning him. His 19-year-old daughter created GoFundMe that I have linked in my bio. If you can help by donating or sharing, please do. Let's get this story out there. This is what happens when people at the top,
You know what? I'm actually gonna. Sorry, my bad, fam. I sometimes forget about this stuff, and I mean to show that to you, and then time passes by and shit. It's March 21st, and I meant to show this video, and I totally forgot about it. You know, again, it's stuff that reminds us the stupidity of people. Don't look at it no more like racism and shit.
South Korean President Lee Jae-myung.
And here, I'm gonna explain something to you why. Don't look at it. Oh, hold on. Yeah, don't look at it more like that. Look at it more of stupefaction now. Like stupefaction now. Do you understand what that means? Don't look at it as you're looking up to people hating you. Look down on that shit. Look down on that shit. You're like, I know what's happening. You're losing your mind. You lost your spirit. You lost your spirit already. That proud fucking thing you used to stand by. You don't feel like that no more. Now you're starting to lose your mind. Because there's one thing of the spirit, and you all know what I'm talking about. Whether you know expressly that it's there with you, or at least you feel it, right? You know exactly when you lose control of it. Because the next thing that goes is your mind. I've talked about this in my channel several times. Haven't talked about it in a long time. But there's a connection between your mind, your spirit, and your flesh. Do you understand? Mind, spirit, and flesh. So what conquers the flesh? It's either your mind or your spirit. But what conquers the mind is the spirit. Maybe I should do a class on that again. Now let's listen into this other Haterville. Because remember, don't look at it no more like, fuck, nah. They're losing their minds.
I have a hotline for reporting illegal immigrants, and people call it thinking that it's legitimate. I had one person call and want to get their friend's nanny deported.
It's anonymous though, right?
Oh, yes. If you'd like it to be anonymous, that's totally fine.
It's a gal from Colombia. She is here illegally. She's working as a nanny. She works for a husband and wife. I don't like the entitlement anymore. They just think they're entitled to harbor these people and let them be here illegally, and they think it's funny.
They being the
whole family. The whole family thinks it's great.
Just wanted to ask, as far as you say you did want to stay anonymous, is that correct?
Yes, please.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how anonymous would you like to remain? Would you agree that it's strongly, you want to be strongly anonymous, somewhat anonymous?
No, I want to remain 100% anonymous.
Okay, 100. We don't have a 100% option. So.
Well, scale of 1 to 7, I've never heard of either. But.
Yeah, it's just the system here and the way they do things. It's a little out of my control. I got to talk to my supervisor about it. But yeah, so okay, so I'll go ahead and put strongly. You want to be strongly anonymous. Mm-hmm. And as far as quality goes, we have very poor, fair, good, very good, and excellent.
As far as the quality of what?
Your anonymity.
It better be excellent.
Okay, we'll put that down. Okay, are they nice people?
They are nice.
But they're nice people, and so now they won't have anyone taking care of their kids.
This right here, do you understand? When you listen to that woman, you're thinking, she sounds normal, she sounds reasonable, but there's something in her that's making her wicked. And she'll smile at you, say hi. She may even open the door for you one day. This is why it no longer has to be hateful. These people, Look at their demise. Look at their decisions. Never, ever, ever look at racism up. Never.
They would still have someone to take care of the kids. I wouldn't do this if they didn't have anybody to take care of the kids.
Okay, so they have like a backup au pair?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And a grandma who's very involved.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. Why do you think they have a babysitter? Maybe because the grandma cannot babysit 24/7? But somehow her happiness covers up her hate. It's like you have a cake, like it looks really good from the outside, but the inside is all fucking shit. Pura pinche shit.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
Like that movie Help, the lady goes and gives her cake and shit, and she tells her at the end, like, I just wanted to bring you a pie. She said, bring you a pie to let you know that I got my shit in there. So you see what I mean? She's like, no, they should be fine. They're okay. Do you understand the psychology now and the spirit? I'm telling you, the spirit is gone. Now the mind's starting to just...
We did look into her and found out that she is a legal citizen. She does have those papers. Yeah. However...
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Now she's cheering on her decision for calling in. Oh my God, Esau, Edom, Cracker Barrels, Anglo-Saxons, worshippers of Odin. You know what I mean? Like, that's your god, Valhalla, all that shit. You are so screwed. You are so fucking screwed. You have absolutely lost your spirit.
Grandmother, we noticed there was some discrepancies, some disturbing information on her paperwork that's not related to deportation. Just as far as information goes, there's only so much I can disclose. But everyone else is fine. I keep an eye on Grandma.
You can't give me anything on.
Well,
I might be able to help you, but I got to know which one that you're looking at.
yeah, it's more of just it's more like an STD thing. But that's here.
Wait, did you say STD?
Did you say STD?
No, I said, did you say S like Sam?
Oh, no. FTD. Yeah, no, Grandma doesn't have any, she doesn't have herpes or anything like that. Just,
Do you understand now what I'm talking about, family? Now, you understand now when you start seeing the actual clearness of, like, no more dumb. No more dumb. This is, that is a dumb person because they don't know themselves at all whatsoever. They're fucking dumb. Think about it. I'm calling her about my friend. I need to see about her fucking nanny. I don't know. And he's like, well, what if, whatever, this and that. And she's like, oh, she's got support. She's got help. And then he goes, oh, yeah, no, everything's good. Oh, I'm so glad. You understand now? Let me go back to that verse. Hold on. Let me go back to this. Just to remind ourselves, we started with this initially. Jeremiah 51:7 says what? Babylon had been a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunken. The nation have drunken of her wine. Therefore, the nations are mad. You see, so that woman, she buys, therefore she is. She's a capitalist. She's a so-called American. And the great eagle, the system of deportation. She's drunk now. Now we understand what that means. When that was to happen, that means their stupefaction was going to be very clear to us, with no doubt, hesitation.
Yeah. No. It's just one of the things we have to say over here.
What is an F? You're saying F like Frank TD?
Yeah. Just a functional.
What is that?
Functional transaction disclosure is something that we found out we aren't able to just let you know. Okay, but yeah, everyone's good on over there, and we appreciate you reaching out and having us check for us. But yeah, thanks so much for everything. And yeah, just wanted to.
And so legitimate too. I'm sorry. Is legitimate too then on her student visa?
Yeah, everyone's all.
Okay.
Wow, she even asked about her friend. See that? I mean, we knew we couldn't trust these people, but the level of stupefaction is unheard of. All right, now, this is the video that I wanted to share with y'all. He goes very intense in detail. I'm going to change the view. I don't want this stuff to get blocked. I hope it doesn't. I'm going to try to chime in, but man, maybe I'll go as far as... Matter of fact, this is a section that I want you to pay attention to when he brings up Rubio. Este pinche puto mamón. Listen to what he's talking about. They want to recolonize you, fam. They don't mean it like who you are today. No, they want to differentiate between white and everything else. They want to recolonize everything. So that's why people say, if Iran falls, if Iran falls, everyone else is going to have a hard time. If Iran falls, it's not going to be good because that's when you let the beast out, right? Listen to this. Here, let me go speed it up to 1, 2. There you go. Let's listen.
On Iran. That's not a coincidence. For 5 if you want to understand the war that the United States and Israel are waging against Iran, it is important to situate it in the larger context. Because we see that the power of the U.S. empire around the world has been declining, especially with the rise of China. So Trump wants to try to reverse the decline of U.S. global hegemony by putting the pedal to the metal. And
right there, that's why you see the aggression. I told y'all, you see? The aggression is happening. The aggression is happening. Now, he's going to put it in a more, obviously, what's it called? A lot better than I can, in a sense, because, you know, obviously this man's educated. I don't have this education like that. But I do love the points that he brings up because it exactly shows and correlates with the information that I've been sharing as well. Let's go. Oh, eloquent. A little bit more eloquent than I. Let's go.
And massively expanding U.S. imperialist aggression around the world. And Trump also wants to physically expand the territory of the U.S. empire.
We may be a very substantially enlarged country in the not too distant. Isn't it nice to see, you know, for years, for decades, where the same size to the square foot probably got smaller, actually. But we might be an enlarged country pretty soon.
This is why he has repeatedly called.
No, none of you Cracker Barrels ever cared about what he meant by that. Like, oh, you mean like growing? Like, none of you guys cared at all. It didn't matter to you. So you see, selfishness is very obvious, man. Only when it actually bothers your fucking wallet, then you fucking care. So then this whole political stuff is just a game for you. It's like TV and shit. It's like something to do or argue about. But in reality, you care about your dollar as much as everybody else. Meaning you care whether you want to be broke or not. But, well, let's just, you know, fuck around with politics and joke about it. No, man. It don't work like that.
Call in for taking over, colonizing multiple foreign territories, including Greenland, including the Panama Canal, including Gaza, even Venezuela and Canada. Trump has posted on his social media platforms maps of the U.S. showing the U.S. empire colonizing Greenland, Canada, and Venezuela. And the Trump administration has revived the 200-year-old colonial.
Say it like this, man. I'm gonna be the first one over my fucking dead body. Will you ever try to colonize me ever again? I don't care. I don't give a fuck what you think, Cracker Barrel bastard. Not, you will never do this. This ain't 1492. This ain't 1492 no more. There's no smallpox. None of that stuff. And there's no just a few of us. We would think you guys were coming. No, none of that shit. I don't think people are willing to just all of a sudden continue. Listen, man, I am willing to fucking give my life before I submit myself to some fucking piece of shit like you. You will never make me a slave. I will rather die before you make me a fucking slave. So fuck you and your fucking Monroe or puto doctrine. And I know I'm not the only one that feels the same fucking way. There's got to be at least about 150 million people that feel the same way I do. This whole stupid bullshit, what does that mean? What are you going to do? You're going to create a government all of a sudden? Now you're going to get rid of the borders, the ones that you complain about? What are you, stupid? What are you going to do? Or is it the whole America first? That's right. Why your society takes benefits from other people suffering? Is that what it is? Okay, sounds good. So is that Christian? Oh, no, it's not. Or is it? I mean, I don't know. When the fuck does Christianity even matter to you guys? Does this look Christian at all, family? Did you see a cross anywhere around his neck? Isn't that what they're saying it, bro? Come on, man.
Monroe Doctrine, which they now proudly call the Donroe Doctrine. And the Trump administration has taken centuries-old political cartoons portraying Uncle Sam as the great colonizer controlling all of the Western Hemisphere, and they've proudly shared this updated, portraying Trump as the new colonial overlord who will control all of Latin America.
Say this, that I bet you people,
as the new
Our gente had an understanding. By the way, just to remind you, once again, in September 7th, 1900, and the only reason I reference that year, it's because it's like the only document that I have that is, I guess you could say, personal to me, because it shows two things. It shows that the Bible, even at that time, was not given a lot for us to read. And then it also shows that Spain at that time made sure that our people were illiterate. Only 3 to 5% of our people were literate in September 7th of 1900. And by me finding that article through a newsletter, from those times, newsletters are hard to find and be pinpointed like that. For me to find that shit and teaches us that, yo, they didn't want you guys to read the Bible, let alone anything else. This is where Pancho Villa and Zapata concept comes from. They were fighting for education upon other things too, but they were emphasizing, bro, our people need to read. Our people need to be educated. They're being taken advantage of. And they understood that the more schools are open up, the better for our people. If that was their mindset at that time, but hey, listen, that was their mindset at that time. But it all comes from that. So when you look at this Monroe Doctrine from 1823, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, our people didn't have these opportunities to look at these, drawings or newsletters or information. Our people didn't know how to read, right? So you can get away with a fucking stupid comment like that. But not today. Trompetas, my friend. No, trompetas. Not today. There's a lot of men like me. A lot of young men and a lot of young women and older women. They will never fucking submit to Cracker Barrels like you. We'd rather die before slavery comes again. And I'm sure as hell that there's probably not only a raza like us that feels this way. You're not going to do that shit to a lot of other people. So you Gringolandians or Cracker Barrels or Anglo-Saxons or sons of Esau, if you think you're going to manifest this shit, bro, you have yourself, you have a huge problem. Again, this is why I made the title. I made this title. I buy, therefore I am. If you want this system of yours to continue, more blood is going to have to be spilled. You want to know why? Because that's the way this system works. For every dollar, it's an individual. That's how this Babylon has been functioning forever. For every dollar, it's a person. You get your $99. Oh, I don't even know what the fuck Nike costs no more. I mean, I remember when I was growing up, like Michael Jordan shoes were like $180 or $90, 100 and something and shit. That was expensive for us. I mean, I don't know what those shoes cost now. $300 maybe too. But you realize that you got that shit from like some other country that barely paid their people, made them starve, you know what I mean? Didn't have the good shit that you had. Nah. Man, I'm going to tell you this right now. Since 1492, we knew this within our people. I would rather die than be a slave ever. So come at it.
New colonial overlord who will control all of Latin America. Let's not forget that just a few weeks before the U.S. launched this war of aggression against Iran, the Trump administration invaded Venezuela and kidnapped Venezuela's internationally recognized president, Nicolas Maduro. And Trump was very open about the fact that he wants to take over Venezuela's oil.
Place called Venezuela. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure. And
you see how all of us are complaining about $5.50, bills and shit of like every gallon? Why don't we go in Venezuela and take their oil and we can have like $2 gasoline? Would you guys be okay with that? That's what you're looking at. That is what's being right now in your face. No more, none of that little, oh my God, look at this democracy arguments. Hey, look at the video, look at the movies. None of that shit. All of this stuff is in your face now. They're being blunt about who they are. And they're telling you, you better get in line because you've always been part of the system. we're not going to beautify it no more. We're not going to make it pretty. We're not going to say, oh, you know, America, you know, the country of peace. And we're not, no. We're done with that shit. We're ruthless. We've always been ruthless. Since we came here, we never cared about no one else but ourselves. That's it. Are you on the boat? Yes or no?
Start making money.
And the U.S. invasion of Venezuela is part of a much
I'll be right back, okay? I'll give it like 2 minutes and a half.
larger imperialist operation that the U.S. empire is carrying out across Latin America. In fact, as the U.S. is bombing Iran, the U.S. military is also fighting in Ecuador. And The Intercept reported on internal Pentagon documents and an operation that is titled, I'm not joking here, I wish this were a joke. The Pentagon is carrying out, quote, Operation Total Extermination. That is the name of this imperialist war that the U.S. military is carrying out all across Latin America to try to recolonize Latin America. This is why this March, Brazil's President Lula da Silva gave a very important speech at a summit being held between African countries and CELAC, which is the community of Latin American and Caribbean states. And at that meeting, Lula said, quote, they want to colonize us again, end quote. Lula was warning that the U.S. empire is trying to recolonize Latin America and other parts of the global south, including West Asia, countries like Iran. It's very important to link this imperialist war against Iran to the larger imperial strategy targeting the entire global south. Because if you zoom out a bit and look at the bigger geopolitical context, it becomes quite clear what is happening. Over the past several decades, the power of the U.S. empire has been declining around the world, especially economically. Back in 2000, the U.S. made up 20% of the global economy.
In case I missed something and I should have talked about, but I didn't, this is pretty much the point that maybe he's still here. I don't know if you're still here. Love it. The energy. This is the energy we need. Oh, appreciate you, bro. You talked about this stuff, you know, when you did your class, and I shared that class here. And this is what I'm talking about here, family. Okay, you see the battle between, you know, productive people, percent of the world. Do you understand what's going on here? Right? These guys are going to take over. If the prophecy don't speak for itself, and let's just say it's just the way life is, potentially these guys are taking over. I mean, you already saw the mistake that these people did. They thought that by getting rid of that Hamaleh, I forget his first name, that would all of a sudden change everything. But instead, it actually squeezed them even more. Now they're forcing everybody that wants oil from that region to make the exchange with Chinese money.
However, the U.S. share of global GDP measured at purchasing power parity has been falling quite significantly with the rise of China. In 2016, China overtook the U.S. as the #1 economy on Earth. China now represents roughly 20% of the global economy.
Listen to what that means, okay? Right. For you guys that are in business, that means that their people consume. So they want products. They have things and they want things. Do you understand that? When you look at the market, or at least this system beyond your city or country, you'll start realizing that you can actually do business with these people internationally. Do you understand exactly what the fight is about? This is not about you and I. Oh my God, you're my neighbor. No. This is international fucking mindset and mentality. These are people that are saying, listen, can I market on you? Or who is the person that is consuming the most? Because I need to market to them. And this is exactly what it's saying. The Chinese people are the highest consumers right now because they can afford it. Do you understand why it's so important to know certain things so they can help you in case you're interested in a business? Listen, family, we're not fucking dumb people. We are very fucking intelligent. All we needed was a spiritual wake-up call. The ganas to be alive and the appreciation to know who you are. I don't know, man. Maybe you guys don't give a fuck about who you are. I do care about who I am. I care about where I come from. I'm very happy. I mean, I'm thankful that the Most High made me the way I am and made sure that I was born within this continent, because I could have been born anywhere else. But he said, nah, you're going to be born right here in Guadalajara, Jalisco, my friend. Let's continue because I'm going to share some stuff with you, okay?
The U.S. represents less than 15%, and its economic power is declining over time, not only with the rise of China, but also with the rise of India, which is now more than 8% of the
people consume products as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? Be smart, my friends.
Global economy, and that's increasing over time. This is precisely why the U.S. government is so afraid about the rise of BRICS. And this is why Trump has openly threatened BRICS countries. And Trump specifically said that any countries in BRICS that try to challenge the global dominance of the US dollar will be punished and face tariffs of up to 100%. It's not a coincidence that some of the highest tariffs that Trump imposed were against BRICS countries. At one point, Trump's tariffs against China were 145%, but he also threatened.
He didn't say it, but let me read it to you. Okay, hold on, let me go back.
Tariffs of
BRICS, okay? In case you didn't know this, it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. That's the S, okay? Now, as you can see, those are the first initial words, first initials, or the first letters of the actual, acronym. But it also includes other nations. And guess what other nation it includes? I think you're smart enough to figure it out. Iran. Now you see the bigger picture. You see, this over here understands that they no more hold the power of purchasing or the power of purchase. They don't hold that no more. They hold that over there now. Not only do they hold it, but they produce it. And see, I'll give you an example. If you're a talented individual and you got something to give to them or share to them or create for them or have for them to buy from you, you will make money. Now, that's just on a money surface level, okay? But this is what that system wants from you. That's all it's about. People are literally going over there making a boatload of cash because no longer do they find that here anymore. They've been lying to all of you guys for a long time. Everything was good. Donald Trump was needed in order to propagandize the fact that America is destroyed.
That Trump imposed.
North America. North. Just this one. Not Mexico. North America.
Were against BRICS countries. At one point, Trump's tariffs against China were 145%, but he also threatened tariffs of 50% against Brazil and India, along with threats of high tariffs and other punitive measures against South Africa. And of course, the U.S. has sanctions on Russia, and there's very little trade between the U.S. and Russia. This means that all 5 of the original founding members of BRICS face very high tariffs or sanctions from the U.S. That's not a coincidence. It's also not a coincidence that Iran joined BRICS in 2024. BRICS has been expanding more and more. So it's very important to see this war on Iran in the larger geopolitical context here. The dominance of the U.S. is declining. The West in general has been declining for decades, and the U.S. wants to bring back colonialism. This was spelled out
Remember this, family. Remember, I think it was Dudefoot. I think it was you, Dudefoot, that asked me if I read American Holocaust. Yes, of course I did. So here we see this Cuban bee piece of shit. By the way, this goes to all you 90% of you Cubans. Fuck you, Cuban bees. I'm being real with y'all. Most of you guys are fucking haters. Most of you guys don't even give a hell about your people. They're choking the shit out of them in Cuba, and you don't care. You know why I know? Because 90% of you guys are not even indigenous to these lands. Hell no. Listen to this man, this fucking piece of shit. Look, I know you may want to have blue eyes and blonde hair, but if they ever were to get rid of us, you'd be their little bitch next, man. The fuck is wrong with you people? Listen to his colonial, narcissist, destructive mentality. His invader, so-called family of Christopher Columbus. More likely, again, allegedly, a pedophile.
So clearly in a speech that the second most powerful person in the U.S. government gave, that Marco Rubio gave at the Munich Security Conference in February, just 2 weeks before the U.S. launched this war on...
To this fucking speech, family. Listen to this. He's like 500, I'm just going to summarize, 500 years we were colonizing, whatever, handling everything. And then all of a sudden now, in 1945, they did anti-colonialism. No. We're going to stop that. We're going to just change it now and take control of it again. Watch. He's going to say it in a more nicer way.
Iran. Rubio openly praised European colonialism, and he told top European leaders who were surrounding him that the West needs to bring back colonialism. Listen to this clip of this speech here in the larger context, keeping in mind that a month before Marco Rubio said this, the U.S. invaded Venezuela.
Okay, so let's make it clear. Predominantly, Cubans are white or Africans. That's really it, bro. There's hardly any indigenous bloodline in there. So when somebody says I'm Cuban and I'm Latino, you're not from here. That's a fact. Those are fucking facts. And I don't care how many people try to attack me about it. And I'm not talking about just white ones. I'm talking about black-looking ones too. Because in this channel, we don't discriminate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't just have hate for or dislike for so many people or certain people. No. I'll call it out all across the board. If you had something to do with us since 1492, I'm going to let you fucking know. So, wait, are Cubans white? For the most part, yeah. But there's also African Cubans. So they're not Cubans. They're not indigenous. There's a very few amount of people left in Cuba that are indigenous. However, I will say this. Some of our people from the Yucatan in 1848 through from 1860, 50 through 1870, some of our Yucatan brothers and sisters were taken over, mostly men, were taken to Cuba to do slave work. So, you know what I mean? You also have to be mindful of that shit. That's why I say 90%, yeah, but nah, fuck no. The majority of them are fucking Psalms 83.
Venezuela and kidnapped Venezuela's president. And then 2 weeks after Rubio gave this speech,
are the Cubans complaining about the Cubans over there dying right now? You don't hear nothing of Cubans saying, "Hey man, don't be not that way." No, they're weak ass people because they don't love themselves. Those nations don't do that. They don't look at it. They don't treat indigenous like they don't have that indigeneia concept in their mind. Like, listen, I may have a disagreement with you and shit, and I may tell you, bro, I don't like that. That doesn't mean you got to get offended. You know what I mean? Like, that's not my problem. That's yours.
The U.S. launched the war on Iran. That's not a coincidence.
For 5 centuries before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings.
anti-colonial uprising. Hold on a second. Let me remind you of the last time that we had some colonialism here. Hold on. I don't want to forget. Oh, no, hold on. In case I forget. But I mean, I'm trying to be funny. Okay? Last time I checked, your colonialism did this shit.
Aged 9 and 10 are now in demand. I want you to guess who said that. Hi everyone, this is your yearly reminder that Christopher Columbus was a prolific child trafficker and child mutilator. His proliferation of the sex trade was so massive and abhorrent that Queen Isabella herself had to issue a decree saying you can no longer bring indigenous women and children for concubinage. Here's a translated quote from Columbus himself. 100 castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm, and it is very general, and there are many dealers who go around looking for girls. Those of age 9 and 10 are in demand, and for all ages a good price must be paid. There's also an account written in 1495 by Columbus's friend Miquel de Cunillo where he brags about being gifted a young Carib woman by Columbus who he then essays and tortures. I can't read you that very graphic quote here on TikTok, but I can elsewhere. The Spaniards did not content themselves with stealing the Indians' food and their labor. They took their women and children, used them for their lusts, and left them pregnant. One Spaniard, who wished to satisfy his evil lust on a young girl, took his dagger out, or as it may be his sword, and cut the hand off her mother who was trying to wrench her from his grasp. When the girl persisted in refusing him, he stabbed her to death. So keep in mind that your uncle who thinks trans people are mutilating children is definitely out there celebrating this guy today.
Once again, I say, Columbus provided native sex slaves to his men. In addition to putting the natives to work, as slaves in his gold mines, Columbus also sold sex slaves to his men, some as young as 9. Columbus, who you celebrate every year, and his men also raided villages for sex and sports. You celebrate them every year. In the year 1500, Columbus wrote, 100 castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm. I showed you the book. And it is very general, and there are plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand. Family, you guys know why I do this, right? Okay, man, I get you. I get it, bro. I think. Oh, so sorry. I sound like AI. Sorry about that. Okay. No worries. Let's continue. Be mindful, fam.
That would transform the world. And
I want to go back. I want to hear this shit again. I want to hear this shit again from this Cuban bee. This Cuban bee piece of shit.
For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come.
He swayed the sickle, meaning they cut off heads and shit. They just like
the Great Western Empire.
The Great Western Empire. You know, those men, you Western cowboys and shit that you, these are the stories that you guys don't talk about, which I was going to show a movie and I can't find it. But apparently there's this custom within Anglo-Saxons or, you know, carnivores or Edomites or Cracker Barrels. They call it the Old West. They used to make their daughters like give them massages on their back and shit, you know? And it was like, oh, because my back hurts. But then they would make them do some other shit with their thumb. That was the Old West. That's a Anglo-Saxon way. You guys think I'm kidding. I know you think I'm kidding. I don't say shit like that unless I've dug into it. Now that's some like real weird shit. And I don't think I will ever share that stuff in my channel, but I'm telling you that I found that shit out. The old way of the West was their daughters would massage them and then use their thumb and massage that shit too. No, that's what it is.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Don't ever forget who the colonizers are. And by the way, do you guys understand why I asked that question? Do you guys understand why it's responded that way? You understand that now? Okay. I'm very aware of my shit, fam. Be very aware of it too.
For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end. We in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history. And this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now.
I have to stress that Marco Rubio is not...
Good comment, bro. Hold on. Yes, sir. And I agree. Let me read it for you. In my view, the unquestioned European-American dominance, or European dominance, I would say that, is collapsing, and what we are seeing now is a final aggressive scramble to maintain control before the power structure breaks for good. It's kind of like it's already broken. You know, it's like the marriage. I mean, look, listen, I've never been married more than once. I'm still with my wife since I was 19 years old. You know what I'm saying? So, but you would know when the marriage is ending. Like, you would know. It doesn't end when you get divorced officially on the paper. It's like way before. You know at that moment, like, it ain't working. Like, you know it, bro. Like, there's nobody in this society. I don't care what the fuck all you guys are confused about. You fucking know right from wrong. You know when you know it or you don't know it. There's no confusion. There's only a hesitation or unsureness or just straight no fucking filter. Just reaction. You get what I'm saying? So it's hesitation, unsureness, or reaction. One of the three is going to actually manifest. So before it all happens, you knew this was happening. You all knew it. You all knew it. That's why it's not breaking. I mean, it's breaking for good, but it's broken already. It's broken already. In our job, brother. Hey, by the way, I appreciate your channel. I may not agree with some of the stuff you. By the way, you brought us some Atlanta stuff. I may want to talk to you about that, but you know what? That's not today. But that's our job, to bring out some facts, to share to our people perspectives or situations about what's going on in society. We can't just be locked into like music, I don't know, entertainment, or like problems at the house, man. Check out from that shit for a moment and educate yourself. And you may have some brothers that actually teach you some shit.
Not an ordinary Secretary of State. He's the second most powerful person in the U.S. government after Donald Trump, because he's not only serving as Secretary of State, that is head of the State Department of U.S. foreign policy. Rubio is also simultaneously serving as the National Security Advisor, the head of the U.S. National Security Council, and Rubio is only the second person in U.S. history who who has simultaneously filled both positions after Henry Kissinger, who's one of the most notorious war criminals and imperial strategists in U.S. history. And as Marco Rubio was giving that speech praising colonialism, it came at the same time when the U.S. government has been trying to recolonize Cuba. And I'm not using that term lightly. In January, after the U.S. invaded Venezuela and kidnapped its president, the U.S. imposed a brutal medieval oil siege, an oil blockade of Cuba to prevent...
Where are you Cuban bees? Where are you Cubans at? I will vote for Donald Trump. Where are you Cuban bees? And I'm going to play that fucking song, bro. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh, it's because I love my people. I love my people. Hold on. Let me get your stupid song. Where are you guys at? Where are you guys at? If somebody can give me that song, bro, it'd be fucking fantastic. I can't believe it, bro. Like, seriously, man. I will vote for Donald Trump. Do you care about your people? Ángel Rodríguez.
Hola, buenos días. Aquí con usted nuevamente.
Hola, buenos días. No te entiendo nada, pendejo. Yo no sé cómo está la... You guys talk funny and shit. No, hell no. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. I will vote for Donald Trump. Where you at? Here we go right here. The one prime example. Y'all don't care for your people. You don't care for your people. That's why I know you're not from Cuba. You mean you're not indigenous. That's how I know that.
Deportaciones masivas porque no es posible.
Eso es lo que el expresidente Trump quiere.
¿Qué fue lo que hizo Obama en los 4 años que estuvo?
Pero eso es lo que ha prometido, eso es lo que ha prometido Trump.
No
y por eso le llamaron deportador en jefe a Obama.
Todos, solo estás viendo de que los demócratas han jugado con nosotros, los hispanos, han jugado por 35 años prometiéndonos algo, escúchame, algo que nunca llega, que es una reforma migratoria.
¿Y que no
Yo
ocurrió?
tuve que escribir la reforma migratoria, está ahí, y estoy esperando de que nos apoyen tanto con los republicanos y los demócratas. El problema es que los republicanos nunca han prometido nada, y los demócratas llevan 35 años engañando
Ninguno
a
de
tu
los
público.
dos lo han hecho. Déjame
¿Sí
terminar con otra cosa.
Okay, so she says the problem is Republicans have never presented nothing and Democrats have been faking it for a long time. But she's Republican. So you're saying that the people that you believe in have never even entertained that shit. And the other ones on the other side, well, they talked about it, but they can't get it done. Do you understand why?
25 años engañándonos.
Termino con otra cosa.
Dime.
Su candidato.
Dime.
Los demócratas creen que es un peligro para la democracia porque hoy todavía no reconoce que perdió en el 2020.
Lo que yo considero que es un gran problema para la democracia es que la señora Harris gane. Porque la señora Harris no tiene dame los 30 segundos, no tiene
Donald,
los
es que no
valores.
la pregunta es, Donald Trump no ha reconocido que perdió en el 2020.
Eso pasó hace 4 años, vamos a hablar ahora del 24.
¿Y no ese es un peligro para la democracia del 24?
No, el peligro es que la señora Harris imponga lo que se llama woke, que es estar hablando a los niños de sexo en el kindergarten, que no son los valores que tenemos nosotros los hispanos, que nosotros creemos en Dios, creemos en la familia, creemos en la vida, no queremos un gobierno grande.
Pero el tema es que su candidato no ha aceptado que perdió.
Pero es que da lo mismo si lo hace, eso no importa ahora para el tipo.
I think Jorge Bush or George Bush, Jorge Ramos in Spanish. I think what he was saying is like, so democracy don't matter. Like democracy don't matter. You know, you go through the voting process. He lost. That's it. Move on. But no, he's questioning democracy. And guess what? Now he's stepping all over your fucking constitution. So-called. That shit don't matter to nobody. Please, white people, don't come and tell me about your constitution no more. Don't talk about it no more. That shit is fucking flushed down the toilet. You should wipe your fucking cooler with that. I know you guys don't do that, by the way. Yeah, it's a white trust and belief family. Edomites, Cracker Barrels, Anglos, Saxons, whatever the fuck. There's 2 types of people there. They don't like wiping their ass because they think that if they touch their chicloso, it all of a sudden triggers their homosexuality. I'm telling you, it's real shit.
tipo que tiene que ir al supermercado y tiene que pagar $10 con los huevos y no
¿Y entonces
dos.
qué pasa si no reconoce los resultados del 2024?
No los tiene que reconocer, obviamente.
No
sí.
reconoce los del 2020.
Y la vida continuó.
Me quedan 30 segundos sobre Venezuela, que se ha dedicado usted durante muchísimo tiempo a hablar sobre eso. ¿Qué puede hacer Estados Unidos para que termine la dictadura de Maduro?
Lo que tenía que haber hecho hace rato el presidente Biden, haber levantado el teléfono y haberle dicho a Maduro, tú prometiste en los acuerdos de Barbados que si perdías las elecciones te ibas. Pero es que ese es el problema con esta administración, con Harris y con Biden, que nadie les cree, que nos han embarcado a nivel internacional y nos han embarcado a nivel interno con el problema de la economía. Por eso los hispanos están votando con Trump. Yo no sé si les gusta o no, pero sí les gusta su bolsillo. Nadie quiere pagar 10 pesos por los huevos.
Las últimas encuestas que vi.
Nadie quiere pagar por la...
¡Que alguien me explique!
Can I tell you something about you Cuban women? Shut the fuck up. I'll say it like that. You need to learn when to shut the fuck up. Porque no es verdad que tú llegas para acá. No, it don't matter who's loud. See, that's the problem with your household. They taught you to assume that if you're the loudest or if you say the most words that you're right. It don't work like that. Do you understand that? Just because you're the loudest doesn't make you right. Just because you say the most words doesn't make you right. I used to believe that shit. It's stupid. It just shows what your background is about. I will vote for Donald Trump. A ver, ¿dónde te puso? ¿Dónde te puso?
Todavía indican que Harris va delante de Trump en el voto hispano.
No, eso no es cierto. Están
eso
50.
Es cierto. Puede ver los estudios del
Vamos,
Pew
entonces
Center.
vamos a revertirlo. Es la primera vez en la historia de este país donde los hispanos están tan cerca, votando tanto por los republicanos como antes. ¿No es así? Entonces,
quizás,
¿cierto?
Quizás sí, excepto cuando George W. Bush obtuvo 44%.
Y ahora Trump, vamos a suponer que, pero eso es lo que yo quiero decirle a tu público, que este es el momento en votar por otro partido que nunca ha prometido nada, pero que por lo menos no está jugando como votaron los demás, como jugaron.
Ow, that shit is whack. Yo quiero que... Hold on. Babe, oh my God, my wife has to hear this shit. Yo quiero que voten por un partido que nunca les importa lo que ustedes estén pasando. Pero aunque sean son honestos, que no les importa de lo que ustedes están pasando. Yo quiero que voten por un pendejo que dice, ¿sabes qué? Yo no te quiero. Pero aunque seas honesto contigo, que no te quiere. Do you understand? You see you Cuban bees, bro? You see you Cuban bees? You guys fell for this shit. Are you serious? She practically told you. Do me a favor, okay? listen. Just it's kind of like me, man. Like, bro, why are you mad? Because because you know I'm not lying to you and shit. I don't give a fuck about you. Would you prefer that I give a fuck about you? Man, I don't even, matter of fact, I'm trying to wrap my mind around that thought process. I can't believe she told him that.
Demócrata por 35 años con los hispanos.
I can't believe she said that. Listen to this real quick.
Donde vamos a revertirlo. Es la primera vez en la historia de este país donde los hispanos están tan cerca, votando tanto por los republicanos como antes. ¿No es así? Entonces, ¿cierto?
Quizás sí, excepto cuando George W. Bush obtuvo 44%.
Y ahora Trump, vamos a suponer que, pero eso es lo que yo quiero decirle a tu público, que este es el momento en votar por otro partido que nunca ha prometido nada, pero que por lo menos no está jugando como votaron como jugaron los demócratas por 35 años con los hispanos.
No se están prometiendo nada, güey. O sea, nunca te lo van a dar, cabrón. Pero aunque sea, no te están mintiendo, güey. Ay, hay un dicho en español que se dice mejor, ¿cómo se dice? Mejor mal conocido que nuevo acompañado, algo así. Oh my God, this is crazy. You guys fell for this shit. Let me see that, man. I like that. Acero Cultura Anahuac 86, 84. I'm just gonna call you Acero, bro. I hope you don't mind. All right? Let me know if you mind, man, okay? Because, you know, I don't want to insult you and shit. It says, the United States Constitution no longer functions as the living safeguard it was meant to be. Bam! used to, no, by the way, it used to be a standard. It used to be what they stood for and said, no, this is the way it works, and blah, 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 blah. This is the way it works because we are not like you savages. We're not like you Arabics. We're not like you fucking Asians. No, we are Anglo-Saxons. Claiming to be from America temporarily, but are, in reality, European. And it says its principles are often too ignored, selectively applied, or reshaped to fit those in power. Okay, man, so I'm going to call you Acero and shit. Thank you, bro. So here it makes a lot of sense. The United States Constitution no longer functions as the living safeguard it was meant to be. Its principles are too often ignored. No, you're right. It was since 1960, 1970. That's when things started really dramatically changing in the judiciary system, right? Or in the 80s, 90s, when they started changing all kinds of laws and they started enslaving everybody and shit, and putting everybody in jail just because you had a little gram of some shit or some marijuana, right? That's where it started really changing that actual structure. Its principles are often too ignored, selectively applied. Why? Because if you have feria, if you're wealthy and you commit a crime and you pay for the best attorney that can be the best liar in the world or that can be slick, knowing how the system works, understanding the laws, studying it to the benefit of saving his own pocket, not his own people. Yeah, that's how it works. Selectively applied or reshaped to fit those in power. Exactly the whole manifestation of my point. Because when you have a lot of feria, that's why these pedophiliacs do not get in jail. I mean, come on, let's be honest. Do you guys not see the Epstein files? They mention Trump all the time. They mention Trump, at least allegedly from what I hear, is that he has some dealings with some 14-year-old girl. Are they arresting him? No, fuck no. He's fucking going to war against Iran. He's attacking Cuba, squeezing the neck out of him. He's over there in Ecuador fucking around. And if you guys don't wake the fuck up, Mexico is next. I don't think that's going to happen. Not in the way that you guys think it's going to happen. Shit's going to hit the fan here first, and then you're going to see that over there. That's what I see. But you know what? Let's continue. We're almost done.
Prevent this island from importing oil to try to collapse the economy by starving the country of energy. This has led to large blackouts, including in hospitals. Many people have died, totally preventable deaths, because hospitals don't have enough energy. This is all an intentional part of the U.S. plan to collapse Cuba. And Donald Trump, as always, said the quiet part loud. And he admitted that the goal is the U.S. empire wants to take over Cuba and basically turn it into a colony. Listen here.
But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I...
Is he going to call it Trump Island? Like Epstein Island and shit? Matter of fact, if that happens, then you guys never belonged in the first place, bro. Seriously, I don't give a fuck about that island. You're over here enjoying your life and shit. You're not complaining about this stuff. You see that puffy-looking, rat-faced, pig-looking bastard? You could put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. Do you see his eyes? Come on, man. Look, that shit is like pig eyes, bro. Like, magnify that shit. Take a picture of that. This is un puerco way. And he lives like a puerco, too. Doesn't he shit on himself all the time? And he's okay with the smell. I'm telling you.
Taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now.
Us Mexicas are nothing like you guys. I'm going to call it out for what it is, but no offense, man. But you know what? We're not like you guys. We're not like you guys at all. At all. At all. Just like the beginning of time, bro. If it Oh, you got no ones? Okay. Oh, well, I'm almost done. And my daughter came over here. She's 5 years old, man. She's amazing, dude. Anyway, so like now we're not like that. Nah. If it wasn't for us, it would all have been taken a long time ago.
Yeah. So while the world is rightly focused on the U.S. war in Iran, at the same time, the U.S. empire is trying to take over and essentially colonize Cuba. And The Atlantic magazine spelled out the U.S. imperial strategy very clearly. It explained that the U.S. military is making plans to attack Cuba just as the U.S. invaded Venezuela in January. The U.S. Attorney's Office in South Florida is preparing indictments against Cuba's political and military leadership, modeled after the bogus charges against Venezuela's President Maduro. So the U.S. wants to repeat this kidnapping strategy targeting top Cuban leaders, and this would provide so-called legal justification for an invasion. Of course, it would be totally illegal according to international law, but the U.S. is a rogue state. It doesn't care about international law. The Trump administration is simply trying to provide a fig leaf for domestic legal purposes. And then this is the craziest part of this article. The Atlantic writes, quote, "The Trump administration is also discussing which wealthy Republican donors with Cuban ancestry could be considered for future transition or..."
Oh my God.
Are you?
I will vote for Donald Trump. Hold on, I'm gonna play that shit for you guys, man, because you're embarrassing people. You are the most embarrassing people in the entire continent of the world. I will vote for Donald Trump. You fucker. Oh, that's just so funny. And then that stupid broad's husband gets arrested and shit.
America, if you feel proud to be American, raise your hand. God bless America. God bless America. If you feel proud to be American, raise your hand. God bless America. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Kidding, man. Everybody in this channel, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to let you know that I'm going to support Donald Trump from now on. Because, I want the grifting and shit. You know what I mean? Because, you know what I mean? Like they say, man, they say that if you promote the right wingers, and they'll give you money, man. Shit is funny.
Raise your hand, come on.
Apparently, this same lady over there got caught later on outside of some immigration door and shit. And she's complaining because apparently her husband got deported. He was over there going to his meeting. And then ICE just said, we're going to arrest you. And we don't care what you say. She started crying and all kinds of shit. Let's continue.
Leadership roles in Havana, end quote. So the U.S. government wants to put in power a right-wing, wealthy Cuban-American oligarch from Miami as the new puppet leader of Cuba. This is straight up colonialism.
I was just with a fantastic person who's Cuban and made a fortune in sugar, Van Hool family, right? And this family wants to go back to Cuba.
And specifically, the Trump administration.
You see this? Meet the Florida sugar baron worth $4 billion and getting sweet deals from Donald Trump. You fucking Cuban bees don't give a fuck about your people. You're just European foreigners and shit. Or possibly Africans, who knows? Most of you are Europeans. Taking advantage of these people. You don't give a fuck about your island. You care about the economy. It benefits you, of course. It's always like that. And then some of you foreigners are going to be like, oh my God, these guys are Hispanics. No, they're your people. You brought this shit over here. We didn't fucking include none of this.
Is closely coordinating with a family of sugar barons, these billionaire oligarchs in Florida. These are the children of the exiled oligarchs. Because we need to understand the historical context here. Up until the Cuban Revolution in 1959, Cuba was run by a brutal US-backed right-wing dictator named Fulgencio Batista, who was extremely corrupt. He worked very closely with oligarchs and US corporations. And
this is what Marco Rubio came from. This is their whole political fucking party and shit. This is their shit. So they were in control, power, everything. Man, I'm telling you, fam, when the other party took over, it was not because they wanted to dictate. It's because they were fighting against dictatorship. Marco Puto Mas Rubio, fake ass Cuban B, just like a lot of our own people, man. Like what's that young kid and shit? Oh, by the way, I found his ass. I found your fucking ass. Matter of fact, I'm gonna share it tonight. Because like I said, I forget about some of these videos. So we got a lot of fucking people, bro. That they're punks, bro. They're punks. They say they like, oh well, like it's nah. In this channel, we are fair. We call fairness. We're like, hey, listen, you did this, you did that, right? There's no favor here. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna be lenient more towards you because I like you more. No, the fuck's wrong with you? We don't do that shit here. That's not a just king. That's not a just man. A just man judges things equally. I don't say, oh, because you're cool with me, I'm gonna be cool with him. No, bro. I judge everybody based on their individual spirit. You can't give someone else your pass. You know what I mean? Like, if we cool, you can't just pass your cool pass over and think that that's cool. No, it don't work like that.
And the U.S. Mafia. This puppet dictator allowed the U.S. Mafia to make a fortune running casinos in Cuba. But then, of course, the people of Cuba rose up in a revolution, and in 1959, they overthrew this U.S. puppet dictator, and Fidel Castro closed down the casinos and kicked out the mafia and organized crime networks. And where did they go? They went to Miami, Florida, which is why the former police chief of Miami famously said that the city is run by the Cuban mafia, and this caused such an outrage that he was fired. But what's crazy about this is he himself is a Cuban American. He was the head of the police in Miami. He knows very well that these corrupt oligarch organized crime networks linked to billionaires in the...
I'm gonna let it run for a few minutes, fam, because I've been chiming in and shit, and I really want this video to play out. At least up to this point, right? Hold on, we're at 14, maybe 18 to 20 minutes, okay? This is important right here. Let's go.
Mafia, they are deeply rooted in Miami. They run the political system in Miami. And this is exactly the political ecosystem that Marco Rubio comes from. This is why he's sometimes referred to as Narco Rubio. And he is the guy who is overseeing this imperial strategy to try to recolonize Cuba. And when I use the term recolonize, I'm not being hyperbolic. It's important to understand that Cuba was a U.S. colony after the U.S. Empire waged a war against the Spanish Empire in 1898. The U.S. Empire won, and it took over several Spanish colonies, including Puerto Rico, which is still a colony today, Guam, the Philippines, and Cuba. Cuba was essentially a U.S. colony until the Revolution of 1959, when the Cuban people finally were able to defend their sovereignty and gain independence from U.S. imperialism. So it's not a coincidence that the U.S. is waging war on Iran at the same time as it's waging this kind of colonial war against Cuba to try to take over Cuba just after invading Venezuela. And of course, Trump has vowed to colonize Greenland as well. And it's not a coincidence that Greenland has hundreds of billions of dollars worth of natural resources, especially critical minerals. And the US government is obsessed with trying to create a new supply chain for critical minerals. because the current global supply chain is thoroughly dominated by China. And this has terrified Washington because the U.S. is waging a new Cold War against China and preparing for a future war with China. So the U.S. needs to cut China out of that supply chain in order to get the critical minerals that the U.S. military industrial complex needs to manufacture weapons and other military technology for a potential future war with China. And this is why in February, the State Department under Marco Rubio invited representatives from dozens of countries around the world to Washington to attend a conference on critical minerals. And the State Department launched a new campaign called Pax Silica, in which it's trying to cut China out of the supply chain to create a new supply chain. And some of the key countries involved in this initiative are Japan, South Korea, and Israel. It's not a coincidence that Israel is involved. What I'm emphasizing here is that all of these issues are interrelated. This is part of a strategy by the U.S. empire to try to reverse its decline, to try to weaken China, and to try to bring back U.S. unipolar hegemony, to impose the hegemony of the U.S. empire on the entire world like we saw in the 1990s and 2000s. Palestine, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, it's all part of this. This is why Trump is obsessed with expanding the territory of the U.S. empire. This is why Trump vowed that the U.S. is going to take over and own Gaza as part of the U.S. empire.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it.
You know, Gaza's interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
So while the U.S. and Israel are waging war in Iran, Israel has also been annexing the West Bank, which is Palestinian territory according to international law. Israeli settlers have been taking over more and more Palestinian land. Moreover, while the U.S. and Israel were bombing Iran, Israel invaded Lebanon, and Israel has forcibly displaced 1/5 of the entire population of Lebanon in the south of the country. Israel is taking over southern Lebanon. And it's obvious what Israel's strategy is here. Israel's finance minister, Smotrich, said very clearly that Israel plans to annex southern Lebanon. And what Israel's plan is here is to carve up the southern part of Lebanon, take it over, and connect it with the Golan Heights, which, according to international law...
Damn, bro, I didn't realize y'all left. I left for a moment and everybody just said, fuck it. Well, you know, I did tell you I was going to let it run for a little bit. Hello? Shit. All right, where did we leave off? Let me see, right here. I don't think I want to. Okay, I'm going to share it to this point, and then that's it. So we have another about 3 minutes to go. Let's go.
Is Syrian territory. It's another part of a foreign country that Israel has colonized with the support of the U.S. government in violation of international law. And in 1978, Israel invaded Lebanon, and Israel occupied southern Lebanon from 1978 until 2000, when the Lebanese resistance expelled the Israeli occupiers. And now that the U.S. and Israel have dealt significant damage to the Lebanese resistance and weakened the ability of Lebanon to defend its sovereignty, they want to colonize southern Lebanon, annex it, connect it with the Golan Heights, and expand their colonial territory. The U.S. and Israel are trying to remake the entire region. The U.S. wants its corporations to control all of the oil and natural gas in the region, and then Israel...
Family, you see what I mean by this? Look at this right here. He says, this guy in the screen telling lies makes me sick. I look at my, information here, in case you guys don't know. He posted this 4 minutes ago. When that happened, based on the graph that I'm looking at, we saw a drop on the channel. Now, I had asked him if he was AI. And he says, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not AI, I apologize. But then he, responds with some other shit. We have bots in YouTube now. Anyways, we're almost done.
Wants that oil and natural gas to flow through Israel with new pipelines built going through Israel that would also give Israel significant geopolitical leverage over all of the oil and gas producers in the region.
That's good, man. Matter of fact, you know what? Sorry, my bad. Can I go there? Now, let me show this video. Let me just show this right here. Let me show you what he says. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
We have to be strong. We have to be armed. We have to be more powerful than the barbarians, or they will not be merely at the gate. They'll crash our gates and destroy our societies. That's what Israel is doing now with the United States. America is fighting with Israel for a common goal, to protect our future, to protect civilization against these barbarians. It's the two most amazing intelligence services in the world. It has the capabilities to confront these barbarians and to outstrip them, both in innovation and when necessary in lethality.
This is the same colonial rhetoric that has been used by Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Secretary of War, the warmonger. He referred to
Sorry. You know what? I think AI is actually doing that. They're trying to make it seem like, you know, they're mimicking. Their best way to mimic humans. So they're like, oh, lazy and weird, but they don't understand that it's very dynamic. A human is dynamic, and they could be lazy and weird, but not this lazy and weird. Like, for example, the one where I said, let me see this one. I said to him, dude foot, you sound like AI. And then it says to me, oh, sorry, I sound like AI. Sorry about that. What the fuck is that about?
Are you?
And then he says, are they really care about anti-colonial? I think not. They are freaking hypocrites. Are they really care? He's done this AI has done that 3-4 times, misspelled shit. I had a hard time reading some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So then I said, dude foot, what's your thoughts on Israel? I think Israel is invading Palestine. That's it. I think Israel is invading Palestine. Did he say, I don't appreciate the atrocities? Like a human being, like, nah, man, that shit is fucked up. Fuck that shit. Or like, nah, man, I'm pro-Israel, bro. What the fuck? No, very generic. You see, family, you guys might think that I'm telling you. I don't want to say it like this, but the Most High gave me that gift, man. Intuition, you know. He gave me a power of intuition. I can see shit happening before it happens. I can sense you. I can tell by the stuff you say or the comments you make or the responses you do. Which means that I'm not going to be favorable to you when you fuck up. Which means that when I see like, you're chaotic. I don't want to be around you. I'm going to do it. And I will shut you off. And I'll cut you off. Look, listen, man. Brother Bayak, bro, I appreciate you, bro. Because you know what, dude? We had a disagreement. And not like an obvious one. You know, said this and that, and we left it at a comment, and that was it. I looked at it like, you know what, maybe we'll get to talk again. And we did, like 6 months later. But one thing we never did is insulted each other. We never did that. I didn't insult him, he didn't insult me. We just understood there was a disagreement. What you want me to tell you, man? This right here is AI. Right here. AI right here. This guy's AI. This is AI. This is AI. See, I didn't even know they called it that. And I actually Googled it, and they don't call that. They don't call it that. But they're watching you now. This was too cold for me. I think they're invading Palestine. What is invading? Like, can you expand on the word? You know what? We're almost done, man. Let's go.
Iranians as barbaric savages.
These barbaric savages in the Iranian regime.
This is the exact same rhetoric that was used by U.S. colonizers to justify ethnically cleansing the Native Americans, the indigenous peoples who lived in the modern day United States and Canada that were also.
Let me ask you, AI. Let me ask you, AI. This guy in the screen telling lies makes me sick. Are you saying he's lying?
So ethnically. To justify ethnically cleansing the Native Americans, the indigenous peoples who lived in the modern day United States and Canada that were also ethnically cleansed. And yet European colonial settlers claimed that they had to spread civilization. They claimed it was manifest destiny. They were destined by God to spread Western civilization and to steal and colonize the land of these supposedly barbaric savages.
Let me guess. Let me guess. He's lying. He's full of shit. He fucking, really, bro? For real, bro? For real?
The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars.
If you go back and look at the propaganda from the 19th century, you see that all of the Western empires claimed that they were spreading civilization and progress and fighting against barbarians. And not just the European colonial empires, but also the U.S. empire. Look at political cartoons in the U.S. from the 19th century. They portrayed China as barbarians. The British author Rudyard Kipling famously published a poem in 1899 titled The White Man's Burden, and this was dedicated to the U.S. empire. It was written for Americans. It was a British colonialist cheering on the U.S. colonial war against indigenous resistance forces in the Philippines who were fighting against the U.S. colonization of their territory. And that same year in 1899, a French political cartoonist who was an anti-imperialist against Western colonialism. He published a famous political cartoon that shows on the left side a Chinese person attacking a Western invader, and it says barbarism. And then on the right side, it shows a Western colonialist attacking a Chinese person, someone from the global South, and it says civilization. This is the exact same rhetoric that is being used today by U.S. officials and Israeli officials as they try to justify their imperialist war of aggression against Iran.
This is the way they've been talking to us the whole entire time. This is what they've been saying and doing and manifesting in their own fucking so-called stupid mind and shit. And a lot of you guys like think that, nah, it's all good. We're just light-skinned or no, I'm sorry, we're darker skinned. You know, it's funny, man. Some of you guys that push against the white man, you guys push so hard against the white man that you push to the black man. And it's no different. But today, it's not about them.
These barbaric savages in the Iranian regime.
They claim the Iranians are supposedly barbarians. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel are bombing hospitals. They're bombing schools and children in Iran. So who are the real barbarians here? The reality is that the United States wants to drag the world back to the 19th century. The Trump administration has been very open about this. In fact, right at the beginning of Trump's second term, on January 20th, 2025, the White House published an executive order titled Restoring Names That Honor American Greatness. And in this executive order, Trump lavished praise on the former U.S. President William McKinley, who was an extreme imperialist. He served as the U.S. president at the end of the 19th century. And in this executive order, the White House praised McKinley for overseeing, quote, an expansion of territorial gains for the nation, end quote. In other words, the reason that Trump loves McKinley is because he was a colonialist who colonized foreign territory, which is exactly what the U.S. empire is trying to do today in Cuba and Greenland and Panama and
Cracker Barrel, white boy, Anglo-Saxon, Edomite sons of Esau. Let me tell you something right now. You want to colonize me? Come do it yourself. Come do it with your bare fucking hands. Come try that shit on our people. With you, without, no guns. Do it with your bare hands. Take what is not yours. With your bare hands. 1492 is not again. Smallpox it's not happening no more. This is the time where our people need to start realizing what the fuck is going on. You want to die as a slave? Because they're talking about it. Is that what you want to do? Or are you too afraid to protect your family? This is what they want now. Do you understand what happens with power? Power wants to dominate. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys ever played that game Risk. I've played it a couple times. I like it, to be honest with you. And that game Risk, it tells you exactly what's going on right now. So does Monopoly. It tells you exactly what's going on right now. Risk and Monopoly, if you play those two games, it'll tell you exactly what's going on. Strategically setting yourself up in order for you to conquer another land, and strategically setting you up in order for you to buy out everything to make everyone else poor. You know what I'm saying? Aceto says, we must hold European powers accountable and call out the crimes they committed. No excuses, no erasing history. Yeah, but I don't think they care. I think that, calling them out, it doesn't matter. I mean, look, there's gonna have to be some fucking fireworks, bro. Seriously. I mean, if they really think they're gonna try to manifest this fucking bullshit, bro, they got their hands in a really big problem.
Gaza, and the list goes on and on. Moreover, in this executive order, the White House praised McKinley for imposing high tariffs. And this is another thing that Trump, who's of course a billionaire, loves about the 19th century, which is that at that time, there was no income tax. Pretty much all federal revenue came from tariffs. So Trump wants to return to the Gilded Age of the 19th century when rich billionaire oligarchs known as the robber barons paid no taxes and they could do whatever they want. They totally controlled society. Meanwhile, the vast majority of people, working class people, had basically no rights. They were treated as cattle. The Gilded Age of the 19th century, in which society was run by wealthy robber barons, these billionaire oligarchs, this is the model that the US wants to bring back. I mean, it already has this model basically, but it wants to spread this model around the world. And in order to do that, the US empire wants to reverse decolonization. It wants to recolonize the global south.
That's what I'm saying. It ain't gonna happen with word, bro. It's not gonna happen with the vote. No paper, no submission, no going to a booth. None of that shit. It's not gonna work that way. It's gonna work another way. There's no way to fix it with paper no more. They're demanding slavery. They want to control power over other nations to make sure that they have clout over those soil resources. And then they're going to actually implement what they've been talking about this. What is it called? No. I don't want to lose vision of this shit. I know me, man, I'll go another route. Okay, but there's techno-feudalism. Look up the word called techno-feudalism, okay? So if they get control of the entire world, so to speak, then they're going to implement techno-feudalism, which means that they'll dominate cities through technology. Do you understand this whole long-term thought process? Man, seriously, fam, y'all need to wake up.
To extract wealth from the global south, to exploit the natural resources of the global south. After all, this was how the Western empires became rich and prosperous. It was by stealing the natural resources and exploiting the labor of the people in the global.
You see that? That's the best example of what's been occurring, my friends. Please, por favor. That's why you guys are fighting and starving for that shit. Second Ezra 16:21 talks about that. It says here, behold, visuals shall be so good cheap upon the earth that they shall think themselves to be in good case. But now, that's the beginning of the end. And even then shall evils grow upon the earth, sword, famine, and great confusion. Are we going through that right now? Sword, war, famine, crisis, confusion. We're winning the war in Iran. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I say it properly. Iran. It's not Iran, Iran. In great confusion. They're saying like we're winning it over there. We're fucking taking full control. We're taking full control. We good. It don't work like that.
Global South. However, after World War II, the European empires were destroyed, the Japanese empire was destroyed, and the peoples of Africa and Asia were able to free themselves from Western colonialism in the latter half of the 20th century. And today, the US empire wants to undo all that progress in order to bring back the Gilded Age of Western hegemony and exploitation that enriches a small handful of billionaire oligarchs like Trump and his friends. That's what the US empire would like to do. That's the ultimate goal of all of this. And it's important to see the war against Iran in that larger perspective. However, with all of that said, I'm not arguing that the US empire is going to succeed. In fact, I think the US empire is going to fail. As is always the case with empires, the US empire underestimated its adversary. It believed its own propaganda. It overextended itself. And out of hubris and arrogance, the US empire underestimated the ability of Iran to defend itself. And this is why we even see the mainstream British newspaper, The Guardian, warning that Iran could mark the beginning of the end of US empire.
And I believe on that shit 100%. Because they did not think that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed. It's kind of like, I don't know, man, those weird-ass people that tend to choke themselves in the end of the movie. Like, it's just like they get themselves in trouble. You know what I mean? It's like when you go too far, you choke too, like you bit too much of that shit. And this is exactly what happens. And plus, you know, speaking scripturally, it talks about that. Bro, I mean, it says you guys believe in Abraham, right? I mean, he had a baby with Hagar, and, you know, Mosai said he's going to be a wild man. Don't fuck with that guy. You guys didn't care. You know, we'll just fuck around and, you know, maybe we'll... Hey, calmado, way. It's like you guys just didn't realize the Bible. Listen, I'm going to share this real quick, man. I'm going to share this real quick, fam, because I've called this young man out before, okay? Now,
I prefer to date black women.
There you go, right there. I'm glad you said that shit. Okay, so I've shared Ricky Ricardo in the past, okay? And the reason my beef with Ricky Ricardo is because, like, he's always banging on, like, raza or Latinos, quote unquote, or Hispanics, quote unquote, that are light-skinned. After this video, we're done, fam. Okay, I just want to bring this up because remember, I told you I forget sometimes to bring this shit up. And I had this from, let's see, from like March 13th. Okay, so check it. I was like always wondering, how come you always talk shit to raza, or at least so-called Hispanics or Latinos that are light-skinned, but you never talk shit to morenos or negros and shit? I posted on his channel. I'm like, yo, bro, how come you don't never say nothing about this or nothing about that? Right? Okay. And you know, in my channel, I never had seen this video. But in my channel, I was like, bro, I think I think he likes those women, or he's sliding in one of them women, or he's, you know what I'm saying, or he's like, it's more likely that. And lo and behold, I was not wrong. I was not wrong. You see, that's what I'm saying, fam. In this channel, we don't fuck around with that shit. There's no drive for me. Oh, I'm teaching y'all because, like, I married this type of woman, or I like this. Nah, bro, I don't do this shit in this channel, man. I don't even know how to put it, man. I am as just as I can fucking be, man. Shit, the name of my mother is Justa. Shit. That's her name is Justa, bro. Like just. Her name is Just. Come on, man. Listen to this shit. Hold on, I'm gonna speed it up because, you know, I don't like listening to it slow ass.
I prefer to date black women. I have made this claim before in previous videos, but I figured that in this video, I'm going to help you understand why I prefer dating black women. When I was a little kid, I found myself checking out white girls only. And what I mean by white girls, I'm not talking about just like white American. I'm talking about white people of Latin America too. You know, those people from Mexico, from Colombia, from Venezuela, from Puerto Rico, from Cuba, from all of Central and South American countries that look white, and then you try to talk to them and you think they're white, and then they speak.
Okay, so let's hear this out. So since he was a kid, he liked light-skinned girls, okay? Not women. Remember, he's a man now. He's a kid when he's looking at these things, okay? So he like skinny girls, you know, little like blonde hair or pigtails and shit, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff. Remember, keep in mind, you gotta think back of this stuff when you're little, you know? Like, I have a 5-year-old daughter, so maybe that's what's helping me remember. But I remember when I was in the 3rd grade, there was this like young little white girl and shit. Now, I didn't speak English. I didn't speak English at all. So I didn't know what the fuck she was saying. But she would chase me around the playground all the time. And she was like blonde, and she had like, you know, nice, pretty eyes, I guess, blue, whatever. I mean, she just looked like a little young blonde girl, okay? So just remember that. Now, I'm gonna be 50 this year in about 7 months, okay? So just keep this in mind. Because I want to make sure that we point this shit out. I'm not calling people out for no random reason. I said, like, why is this dude doing that? We're going to find out right now why. It has nothing to do with our people. It has everything to do with you.
Spanish, they're like, oh, I thought you were white. Oh my God, I didn't know you were Hispanic. I didn't know you were Latino. Those are people that are descendants of Europe. They're white people. They just are not born in the United States. But they're also from Europe, just like the white people of this country. But that's another story for another.
So see, this is where it gets weird. He's like, oh, I want to tell you how when I was young, I used to like white people. I mean, that's practically what you're saying, kid. And then you go in the end like, well, that's another topic. No, that's the whole fucking topic. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, it gets even more interesting and shit because right now you said that when you were a little kid, because I don't know how many little kids end up liking a bunch of, you know what I mean? I don't even know, understand that shit. But, you know, you said when you was a little kid, you know, you liked white people. First of all, you must be around white people enough to like them and shit. I mean, what neighborhood did you live in? Did you had enough that you had a lot of white girls to look at, a lot of white young little kids like you to look at? Remember, keep in mind, you're not a grown man when you're saying this. You're saying, I'm sorry, you're a grown man when you're saying this, but you're saying that when you were little. Okay? Remember, keep in mind, family.
Today, we're going to stick to the script. As a kid, I caught myself checking out only white girls. And if you're wondering why, well, aside from the fact of mejorando la raza, I also have been affected, just like everybody else, by the white standard of beauty propaganda that is pushed. I guess I was just a product of white standard of beauty propaganda that is pushed.
You see, so remember, he says, I guess. Okay, I'll say it like this. I was born, like I said, I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco way. And over there, we have a variety of bloodline. I don't want to say bloodline, but a variety of, like, features. People like him, people like me. I guess we don't look that different. You know what I mean? I don't have long hair like him, but we're kind of brownish and shit. Light-skinned people, blonde-skinned people, people with big eyes, little eyes, light-colored eyes, blue eyes. Nah, not really blue. I never really seen that. But, you know, yellow eyes, hazel eyes, all that shit eyes, right? So at least I grew up seeing all of that stuff. I grew up seeing all of that. Okay? But he says something different.
Through the media 24/7. Aside from that fact, people of Latin America, just in general, whether black, brown, etc., we tend to worship white presenting Eurocentric features. When I was a teenager and I was finally ready to date, my first girlfriend was a white American girl. And I dated nothing but white girls my whole teenage years. All my teenage years, since 14 all the way up till 19. And do you want to know?
See? So do you understand now if you actually listen to this guy and you slow down on that shit? Since he was a kid, he's been around white people. Since he was a kid. How the fuck do you get to date white women or white girls, whatever, in your high school from your 14 to 19, unless you're around white guys? Listen, bro, we all went to high school, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Homie, shit. Bro, I know I had more game than your young ass and shit. I know that for a fucking fact, okay? And come on, man. Come on, man. Are you, seriously? If you guys understood what Oceanside was like, Oceanside, California, it was a beach town. We didn't have the best football team, but, or even the best baseball team. We didn't have no best nothing team when I was at least in high school because they just sucked. But we had the best weightlifting team. And I was part of that weightlifting team. So you can find me in that weightlifting team in Oceanside High School from 1990 to 1994. That's as best that we were. So like this whole concept of like, oh, well, you know, I was driven to look like this and, well, I was driven to prefer these kind of women. Nah, man, it's not like that. Sometimes it's just your taste because based on what you're saying, it was your taste. You've been around white people all the time. You like white girls. You enjoyed them. I mean, well, hold on a second. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me. Okay, it's 1 minute and 47 seconds in. And here you say that, here.
But white girls, my whole teenage years.
See? Okay, no, not your whole teenage years. You've been liking them since you were a fucking kid.
To date black women. I have made this claim before in previous videos, but I figured that in this video, I'm going to help you understand why I prefer dating black women. When I was a
This is why I was saying to you, brothers and sisters, why he was talking shit about certain raza. He's not gonna call out that Moreno raza. Why? Because of his fucking interest. That's why. That's it. That's the only reason why he wasn't calling out that raza. Well, because he may get some booty hole. Booty hole. Stop lying, man. See, I don't like people like you. I don't like people like you, man. Don't fucking bullshit me. I can dissect your thought. I didn't even look. Listen, I'm slowing down this shit for our people because I didn't have to do this for myself. I started listening to you. I'm like, oh, you're so easily to. I know your problem. I saw it a long time ago. Like I said, you prefer them, slide in them, or whatever the fuck is your psychology, and you want to assume that whatever experience you went through, that all of us are just like that. Let me say something real quick, man. I didn't have no preference in a sense, so to speak, but I did like lighter skin, young women when I was young, okay? But I didn't like blonde girls or quote unquote white girls. Now, I bet you I had more game than you, young man, with white girls than you will ever have. And because they came to me, but I didn't really like them. It just wasn't my cup of tea, but I preferred my light-skinned raza women, my Mexican women, so to speak. Now, let me say this to you. I didn't like dark-skinned Mexican women. I preferred, at that time, before I knew all this stuff, dark-skinned black women. And they were attracted to me. I never, ever, ever had a problem with having access to any beautiful woman. Ever. And I'm not one to say or brag or anything, but I had beautiful light-skinned women, brown-skinned women, black-skinned women. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about that you would probably never get access to. So this whole thing about, oh my God, I had all this, I had all this colonization, because that's what it is, I think. I think this is this whole minute of you, kid. It's a colonization. You see, they made you believe that when these people showed up that they made us light skinned. They didn't make us light skinned. We were light skinned. We were dark skinned. We had all kinds of skin here, tones here. And that's the problem with you, kid. So I'm just gonna share this shit with you. Man, I hope that you can at least fucking recognize where you're wrong. Because I don't ever see you call out anybody else but our people. And this is where I'm like, well, okay, maybe this is why it is. Well, then fine. If that's not what it is, then fucking change it.
I prefer to date black women. I have made this claim before in previous videos, but I figured that in this video, I'm going to help you understand why I prefer dating black women. When I was a little kid, I found myself
why he says why he prefers dating black women. Now, I'm going to let it play, and I'm not going to say shit. I'm just going to let him say shit all the way to this point. But remember, he prefers black women, and here's the reason why he prefers black women. So he went from white to black, nothing in the middle.
Checking out white girls only. And what I mean by white girls, I'm not talking about just like white American. I'm talking about white people of Latin America too. You know, those people from Mexico, from Colombia, from Venezuela, from Puerto Rico, from Cuba, from all of Central and South American countries that look white, and then you try to talk to them and you think they're white, and then they speak Spanish and they're like, oh, I thought you were white. Oh my God, I didn't know you were Hispanic. I didn't know you were Latino. Those are people that are descendants of Europe. They're white people. They just are not born in the United States. But they're also from Europe, just like the white people of this country. But that's another story for another day. Today, we're going to stick to the script. As a kid, I caught myself checking out only white girls. And if you're wondering why, well, aside from the fact of mejorando la raza, I also have been affected, just like everybody else, by the white standard of beauty propaganda that is pushed. I guess I was just a product of white standard of beauty propaganda that is pushed through the media 24/7. Aside from that fact, people of Latin America, just in general, whether black, brown, etc., we tend to worship white presenting Eurocentric features. When I was a teenager and I was finally ready to date, my first girlfriend was a white American girl. And I dated nothing but white girls my whole teenage years. All my teenage years, since 14 all the way up till 19. And
now, let me say this to you, family. I don't know, brother VTC and I were talking about this. Vickystown Chronicles, right? So we're cool with each other, man. We've been talking, like, we known each other for like a couple years, man. I appreciate your friendship, my brother. And we were like, you know, I was telling him this stuff, and he goes, wait a minute, hold on a second. He must have known that fucking white group. Like, how do you fucking date from 14 to 19-year-old, from the year 14 years old to 19 years old? How do you date a bunch of white girls? It's because you were around that group. You knew the white people. You were there. Like, you were there. You weren't like, I don't know. Sometimes we forget about this shit. Oh, well, did he just randomly? Nah, bro. Listen, I'm going to tell you this right now, fam. You don't think these women came and approached my fucking ass and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Let's not play this game. You know, here's where I kind of thought, like, and I find it funny, man. You know, listen, maybe it's not what it is, but I'd never seen this young man do a video with his tank top. And then I just find it funny that he does that video with that tank top. You know? He's like, oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm buff and shit. My friend, look, listen. What are you, like 28 at that time? Dude, this is me at 35 years old, bro. Okay? So when I was your age, come on, my friend. And I'm Raza just like you. I probably have more DNA in me than you do. But you know what? That's not relevant. The point being is this, man. Let's get.
Do you want to know what all these white girls had in common when I dated them? Is that when I dated them, they were all invited to our house. My mom welcomed them with open arms all the time. She loved it. She just loved me dating white girls. She hoped that I would end up with a white girl. She hoped that I would end up having children with a white girl so that my kids hopefully would come out light-skinned. However, when it was time for maybe them to invite me over, it was always a no. You can't come over. And I would ask why. And every single relationship that I had with all these white girls as a teenager, they all had the same reason. Some of them told me and some of them didn't tell me. But it was obvious what the reason was. One of them was open enough to tell me. My mom...
But see, here's a problem that I have with you, kid. Like, like I said, I had access to that shit. But I didn't want it. Like, I didn't want it. I didn't look after them. I didn't go for them. I wanted the light-skinned Latina. I wanted the light-skinned, you know, so-called Hispanic or Mexican or whatever. I didn't have to go fucking full-on fucking white, bro. What's wrong? So I wonder about you. Like, you're like, oh my God, you know, I was infatuated with white women because, you know, it was because my family told me that we're supposed to get light-skinned. Nah, as a matter of fact, no. I mean, my mom just happens to hate light skin because she gets burned. You know, she just has that sensitive skin because her sister is an actual albino. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I have to believe that my mom doesn't like to be in the sun, but she's still morena, like, you know, like she's more like my color, like light brown, but she doesn't like to be in the sun. Now, some of you guys may think, oh, she's racist. No, bro, like that's just the way it is. We have dark-skinned family running through our bloodline. I share that with y'all because, like, I remember growing up as a kid, and, you know, I have older brothers. My oldest brother right now, he's about 69 years old. So he's got me about almost 20 years, like 19 years, okay? And I remember when they asked me when I was little, I'm like, hey, bro, what kind of women do you want? I kind of like, I like lighter skinned women. That's it. Bro, it's no big deal. It's not a big deal. It's okay. But you didn't do that. You went white girl shit. You went like total, what's that fucking song with the dirty white girl and shit? Like surfer shit? You went full on that shit. You see, we didn't go full on that. We just preferred light skin. And some of us preferred dark skin. You didn't prefer light skin. You preferred white women. Do you understand that? You didn't prefer white skin. You went with the gringa, homeboy. You moved with that gringa spirit. You were okay with that shit. At least, listen, I got brothers and sisters, bro. Like, we talked about this. In high school, I remember, man, bro, it was so weird, for us at least, because sometimes we were like, I don't know, like fuck a simple class and shit, and you find out that that group of people were like, they were friends, but they would like have the same girlfriend. Like they had no problem with sharing the same girlfriend. And that's like a white thing and shit, and we knew that. So it's like, bro, what are you talking about? You're not saying like, oh no, I preferred light-skinned Mexicans because my mom told me so. No, you said like you went full on white. That means like you didn't even mess around with raza, homie. And you mess around with it. It takes somebody to do that. Because it's not like I didn't have access to that. So see, this is what I don't like about people like him. Because they make you assume and say, oh, no, hell no. Okay, so I'll say it like this. Fine. There is that favoritism over skin color. Okay? Sounds good. But why do you like these women?
Doesn't like Mexicans, so you can't come over. I was around 15 years of age or so, and I remember when she told me that, I went home and sat on my bed, and I began to think really deeply. I thought about how horrible it felt to not be welcome to somebody's house, in this particular case a girlfriend, but just in general to somebody's house because of my racial identity. And believe it or not, I also began to think. Right there and then, as I thought about this and how horrible it felt, I began to think about my mom telling me as a kid, when I would try to invite my little friends over to the house to come and play, she would tell me, you can go ahead and bring your friends, pero vale más que no andes invitando a esos prietos. And if you're wondering what that means is, you could go ahead and bring your friends. Just to be inviting those dark-skinned people in here.
You know what's so funny? I came to this country in 1984. Before you were probably fucking born, kid. Okay? I came to this country in 1984 or 83. I think one of those years, right? And the neighbor upstairs, his name was Jimmy. He was a Moreno, African American. And my dad and him were cool with shit. He was an older dude. He lives upstairs. My mom didn't mind the dude, bro. She let him hang out with us. She would make food for the fucking guy. I think you're from a little bit up north. I think you're really far up there, You're like very, very far up there and shit. And I think the problem is, kid, that you're misleading people because you have a infatuation with booty. And that's okay. You like booty, bro. Fucking run with it. But why hate on your own? And then why not attack them when it comes the time to attack them? I've shared enough classes in my channel to show, bro, it wasn't just white people that came and enslaved our gente. It was negros too. But you're not going to talk about that, are you? See, because that's not your character, nor is it in your interest. Maybe it's part of your grift. Maybe you get some money from what you're doing. I mean, I don't understand that shit, bro. To me, it's kind of funny, man. And you know what? You know what the best part is about this family? Look how many people follow this guy. Look at this. Right here. It's like his comment. I don't even want to read this shit. I don't like talking about, dudes, bro. Like, fuck this shit, man. And I'm done with this. Matter of fact, that reminds me. I gave you enough time. But just don't talk about it, gente. Just because you're going through some fucking emotional experience, or because like your family let you down, or because you assume some shit. None of us grew up with that stuff, my friend. You have a total misunderstanding of what the hell you're talking about. And I would at least appreciate the fact that you would be fair and square. Hey, listen, like I told you, it wasn't just güeros that came here. It was morenos that came here too, to enslave your people. How come you don't ever call them out? Since you're so fucking native. Don't do that shit. Or you're just like everybody else. Have a good night, family.
No hay tiempo para pensar si hoy no queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir, no te quiero ver sufrir. Búscate, escúchate, lucha, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. Darme ya nago. Mi llorar frío. Antes de perder las formas, sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me esté volviendo loco. Tal vez viviendo poco a poco.
Took me so high, there's nobody low. You take me too high, there's no way to go. Así que let's go, vamos a bailar lento, sintiendo todos los movimientos de acá adentro. I won't let you down, thinking this moment of happiness right now, 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 now. El agua refleja el alma del que se aleja. Cuando te quejas, se retrocede de atrás. No te pierdas, o te perderás. Abre la puerta de tu portal, que te arrastrará en la profundidad del mar. Mar, me dejaste arrastrar. Ya ni siquiera ve la luz refleja. Solo un pelín internado en la oscuridad.
Soy de Perú, bandido, contento porque en esta parte del mundo he nacido, más que orgulloso de crecer en donde yo he crecido. Me siento bendecido y aquí me quiero morir, y la verdad porque así será. Agradecido con la vida y con Dios que me puso aquí, y con todo aquello que influyó para que fuera en sí, porque así yo puedo decirte gracias por mi color y idioma, y también por mi Dios y gracia. Yo soy uno más que aprecia la tierra en la que nació. Aunque el género en el que me expreso por aquí no se inventó, pero que chucha, esto es pa' aquel que escucha y se mantiene en lucha con el puño arriba y la capucha. Tierra de donde gran parte siempre se quita, pero regresa pues como un niño a su madre necesita. Gobierna una política maldita donde si se enferma el que no tiene no le regalan ni las curitas. Por eso, pero no es sinónimo de progreso, y no esas mierdas sentadas en el Congreso. En fin, somos de un sitio en donde nada cae del cielo, en donde muchos trabajamos desde niños hasta abuelos. Lo que siempre sé en esta mi tierra crece, a pesar que unas veces no paguen al que cosecha lo que merece. No solo aquí, también en toda América Latina, víctima de aquella supuesta raza más fina. Pero no olviden que en Perú no existen razas, somos una especie de seres humanos que se porten en masa, que cuando se revela atacarán enjambre. Un peruano se puede morir de todo, pero nunca de hambre. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan. Paisajes de mil colores, comidas de mil sabores, playas con arenas blanquitas, no quiero nada. Tierra de grandes señores, culturas y soñadores, gente amable que te hace pensar, yo me quedo acá. Sufrimos y nos levantamos como otros pueblos hermanos, víctimas de terroristas y tiranos que se llevaron mucho y a muchos para el carajo, pero el peruano sabe cómo se sale de abajo. Por eso más de lo que sé y de lo que escucho, en todas partes siempre respetan a los peruchos, y es un hecho que a la mayoría nada le complace, razón por la cual quiere ser el mejor en lo que hace. Es que así se nace cuando eres peruano, aquí tienes de todo, pero también nada se regala, hermano. Norte, sur o centro, en donde quiera que te pares, lo dijo Romero, el Perú es de la concha su madre. Orgulloso de mi esencia, de mi herencia, tengo un tatuaje en la maleta que te indicará mi procedencia, para que quede bien claro de dónde es que soy. Represento a donde voy y así lo hicimos siempre hasta el sol de hoy. Esta canción yo la compuse estando lejos de mi patria, y no por querer hacerme el pendejo. Desde la costa, por la sierra hasta la selva somos cholos. Si tú me entiendes, no permitas que yo haga este coro solo. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan. Recuerda que la vida no tiene un valor y grita al cielo, mejor recógeme a mi Señor. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, y es que la mayor está presente. que ya no están del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una. Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico. Encuentra el cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódicos. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara. La muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogerá en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caerás en cementerios. Como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario. Hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno. Como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos. Si la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Que detienen pulsos, otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina. Cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera. Joven estudiante muere en una balacera. Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. La vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro. Loco disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco, viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto. En su corazón marchito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como Berta. Que se acuesta en una cama pero en otra se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Se desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores sin temores y sin valores. Deambulando en cada sitio, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar. Solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños por cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. No, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tabua? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle collo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensabas que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, Soplón.
Genaro Luigi, man, desempeña en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang, yeah. Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mis rasgos descendientes. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper refina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la tenía, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Tienes que respetar, si yo soy tu papá, Cinco Mob, negro, Cinco Mob, nigga, Nero Luigi, man, Incas Mob, it's money gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo, Yango en la maldita casa. Me llamaron para que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. Evito bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor intérprete que de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero la malla no tiene balón. Y para esta pantalla no existe patrón. Yo llamo, esa es la cuestión. Y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa. Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cimental. Hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base. Yao.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.